Good morning, everybody. Ooh, good morning, everybody, and welcome. It is day 22. Girl, not the stream trying to mess up soon as I get on. Good morning. It is day 22 of the Karen Reed 2.0 trial. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you liked the live on your way in. Good morning. Good morning, Nicola. Those tests were a joke. Y'all think I saw the fan on. I would have been on here at 9:45. I had something to take care of. So we got the fan on. Good morning. Good morning, Cass. Hey, Mel. How are you this morning? Good morning, Gina. Good morning, Anna. Hey, Brianna. Good morning, Summer. Summer, I woke up and I said, it's 10 this morning. I was a little thankful for that because I needed to do something. Good morning, Maris. Good morning. Good morning, Patrice. Hey, Mika P. Good morning, Brittany. Hey, Erica. Good morning. Good morning, Sylvia. Hey, Karina. Good morning, Rita. Hey, Gigi. Good morning, Sugar. Good morning, Brianna. Hey, Mickey. Good morning, Tiffany. Hey, Shavana. Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, Alicia C. Hey, Dee Dee. How are you? Good morning, T. Hey, Vitra. Going through this list just made me realize it's Wednesday. It is hump day. Good morning, Annette. Good morning, Shonda. Hey, Jazz with the yellow heart. How are you? Good morning, Shani. Yes, please like the live as you come in. Hey, Haley. Hey, Missy. Good morning, Siobhan. Hey, Jabria. Good morning, Kira. How are you? Y'all, I gotta have my cell phone on because Mariah's texting me, y'all, and I need to respond to it, child. Hold up. Hold on just a second, y'all. I'm sorry. I have to text this girl back because she's doing something. She needs my help. Eh, okay. Okay. I apologize about that. Good morning, Angela. Hello. Hello, Sundrop. Hey, Shay. Good morning, Lexi. Hey, Shalant. Good morning. Good morning, Kiera. Hey, Keisha. Good morning, Tasha. Hey, Felicia. Good morning, Lizzie. Thank you. Hey, TL Goldie. Hey, Karen. Good morning, Kia. Hey, Miss Davis. Hey, Jaleesa. Good morning. Good morning, Crystal. They got my girl. Good morning, Merch. Good morning, Shay. How are you? Hey, Natasha. Good morning, Bridget. Bridget, I told Pretty this morning, she right up under you. I said, Pretty, I don't know if I can sit through cross. I'm tired. This man is getting on my nerve. I really think I like dislike him more than Jen, and that's saying a lot. Good morning, too, Pretty. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Stephanie. Good morning, Kay. How are you, girl? Hey, DJ Mommy. Hello. Hey, Niara. Hey, Kaylane. Good morning, Bia. Hey, Cece. Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, Sleepy. Good morning, Miss Mika. Hey, Crystal. Good morning, Ashley. Hey, Heather. Good morning, Lex. Let me see. Hey, Della B, how are you? Hey, Whitney. Good morning, Just Saying. Good morning, Todd. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, Tiffany. Good morning. She said, my live is light and I'm set, ready for today. Tiffany, I don't know if I'm going to say I'm ready. I don't know if I'm going to say I'm ready. I don't know if that's what I want to say, Tiffany, because Welcher, I just don't like him, girl. Oh my God. I don't even know this man. I don't like him. I don't like, maybe it's his vibe. I don't know. His vibe, the fact that he's on this stand lying. I know a lot of you watched The Lawyer You Know yesterday. I was watching The Lawyer You Know, and something that he said, I caught the collision part, but I didn't catch it the way The Lawyer You Know caught it, right? As he played it back. Dr. Welcher saying that he can say with a degree of engineering certainty that Karen's Lexus, there was a collision between Karen's Lexus and John O'Keefe. That was very, I said, now, wait a minute. I just thought he was saying, in his opinion, right? That happened. No, ma'am. He's saying, it was just terrible. Hold on. It was terrible. Good morning, Destin. Good morning, Kira. Hey, Mama Jackie. How are you this morning? Good morning, Angelica. Hey, Miss Davis again. Good morning, Shataka. How are you? Hey, Tidra. Hey, Nana. How are you? Is this Felina? I hope I said that right, friend. Good morning. Good morning, Amanda. Hey, Ashley, how are you? Good morning, Day. How are you this morning? Hey, Nicole. Okay, good morning, Tay. Hey, Tati. Hey, Derry. Good morning, Brita. Hey, Lady J. Hey, Skin Tone. How are you this morning? Your babies graduated yesterday. Congratulations to your babies. Congratulations. Hey, Mickey. How are you? Hey, Danielle. Good morning. We are not starting with cross day. Hank is not done. Hank said that he has a little bit more to go. He's not done. Good morning. Good morning, Heather. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Candy Girl. Hey, Nicole. Nicole is, was it Nicole? I saw I don't know, Nicole. I thought I responded to you on something online. Slipping my mind now. But did you guys see Blue Leather Jacket yelling at Diddy's mama, talking about he drank her bath water? This trial is, when I tell you, it's just so ignorant outside those court doors. It's ignorant. Thank you, Bia. Good morning, Existence. Good morning, Shalonda. Hey, Kaylin. Okay, let me see. I think I done made it to the end. Good morning, Gwen. How are you? Hey, Lacey Ann. Lacey Ann said, I have a feeling it's about to be real entertaining because he has a disrespectful mouth. Lacey, I think it's you, Lacey, who doesn't really care for Alessi. I think it's about to be a tussle. And you could really tell that when he first got on the stand. I mean, he's feeling some way about Shannon with the one N. He's feeling some way about the way his company is being looked at now, right? He's feeling some type of way. He's feeling like they've questioned all of the hard work that they do. I think he made it worse. That blue paint, dressing up in the same clothes as John, was weird as hell. Weird as hell. Hey, Lori. Hey, Lauren, how are you? That was weird as hell. And I'm going to stand on it. No need to dress like John. Good morning to Chatty. Hey, Carol, everyone in the chat. Good morning. Let's see what Deb has. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the live. Make sure you like it. Like the live, guys.
All right. Good morning, everybody. All right. So Dr. Welcher can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m.
What?
Because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied. In addition, Dr. Welcher can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe, because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method.
I just think that
So that's the ruling.
The fact that he can't say that her car struck Alessi is a win. I do agree there. But it's still confusing. The jury may hear that and think that they're saying, oh yeah, she hit him.
All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Don't let them talk or nothing.
Thank you for the late call today.
Okay.
Look, you could tell she nervous as hell. Listen to how Bev sound up there. Is
Dr. Welcher
nervous.
right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
She is nervous. Do you hear her voice? Do y'all hear her voice? It was shaking. She did not want to do that. Oh, can we get I need it.
Updated version, we provided a copy to the defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
I just think y'all
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through it, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So
Okay.
I can just go away with everything else.
There is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel as though you probably will exclude.
Yeah,
And
that's
that is
some
in that
bull.
version.
I need
didn't want
to
pull out with the
see it.
court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number?
I got to get on X, y'all.
You don't have to find it if you don't.
It's 131.
Oh, is this was it 130? Was it 131 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Alessi agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically.
So basically, guys, he can testify that with all of the information that he has, he can testify that Miss Reed's vehicle was in a collision. I don't know how he could testify to that when he cannot say that on the stand. He said that he can't say it. He said that he don't know when, right? The car didn't even register a collision, but she's saying he can say that. What he cannot do is say Miss Reed's car struck John O'Keefe. The freaking jury is going to, and they're going to hear that and probably think, oh, she had to have hit him. I don't get it, but okay.
Wanted the jury to come in, so
We'll come back to this.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Alessi. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, your honor's recollection is correct.
Yeah,
I was okay with the heading.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm sure the Dr. Welcher took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I think you did as well.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like your prediction to come true. Great.
Are they out there, Paul? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is a lot. Bev is irritated. Hey, Caitlin, I think Bev knows what she just did. This is what.
Yay. All persons having any
Yeah.
business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni.
I'm
This is
so
the Norfolk
annoyed.
Superior Court.
I am
Come to you.
annoyed.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's see the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is sick.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is,
Thank you for the super chat.
I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
He said, oh, and good morning. Because period, like the live. Yeah, I'm so pissed right now. This is crazy. At least he changed clothes.
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
How many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide
Morning, Forrest.
130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please?
Hey, Ash. I'm so sick of him.
Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need to take this.
Sorry.
you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
That was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
Yeah, he just up there messing up.
That's better.
Thank you. So I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I
Correct.
want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us,
Danny.
for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight.
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Your Honor, pardon my interruption.
Baby, Les is sick. He is mad.
Looks like he's counting. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So, I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I needed the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection, where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered, considering both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
What?
Do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe
Hey.
on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, and inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with
This is crazy.
being struck by a Lexus identical
This is crazy.
to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
Excuse me, y'all.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022, around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. You've written some papers on side swipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a side swipe collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Well, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian.
This is sick.
This was determined by
This is sick.
experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see
Oh my God, is that a random
on the
person?
left-hand image. Oops.
What the?
On the left-hand
What
image
the fuck?
is
I don't
he
think
had
this gonna
a
help him.
massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There were no
What?
broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand
is
side of
sick.
this image, you see the autopsy report.
This is
What you'll notice
sick.
is he had red marks on his leg.
I just want to say that I think this might backfire. Showing someone with significant injuries like that don't even compare to what happened to John may actually backfire on him.
Left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you
Thrown.
expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
Jules,
sure.
do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my
This,
pleasure.
this is not going
So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right
Yes,
11th and
right.
12th rib, and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities,
John had none of
they're
this.
noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Y'all, that's sick. That is sick.
Dr. Welch, regarding your analysis of the data and
Hey,
the evidence in
Taylor.
this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering
This
certainty
is sick.
whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a sideswipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions, Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson, with that
That is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
That was sick, baby.
Put in both the flash drive and
I
the
can't
notebook.
believe what we are witnessing.
Upon representation, it's consistent with it, it's the same as that, I don't know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later,
Thank
okay?
And look at him. Why he always got something to say?
Slides are incorrect on the flash.
Yeah, that-
Okay, so
Why
we'll
does he
switch.
always have something to say? Damn. I can't stand Dr. Bill.
What exhibit number is it? 206, thank you.
Exhibits 206 A and B.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I-
Alessi, please eat his
Sure.
ass up. Baby Bev up there tired, y'all. I hope it, and it better hit like I wanted to hit too, Alessi. You got to show this man a lesson. Make him tuck his tail, baby. Make him tuck that tail. Tell him this is your courtroom. He just in it. They said, please take all day. And Mercy, he been stretching, he ready. That was this. Look at your daddy. Your daddy ready too. Child, hey, princess. Y'all better get that popcorn ready. I see some of y'all got your popcorn in the chat. Get that popcorn ready because it's about to go down. Nigga Karen's brother.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced.
Oh,
Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Lessie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Who the hell does Welcher think he is? Yes, Alice. Somebody send it to me.
Dr. Welcher,
Who the hell does he think
the area in
he
which
is?
you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
It's exactly it.
Okay, yes, certainly for the court of law, yes.
It ends up to a court of law, and forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that? It's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in here in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward.
It won't
You
be.
have
It won't be.
testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I may have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist,
Crazy.
is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides,
Oh.
consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
He did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning.
Sure
correct?
did.
100% correct.
Now you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You
You
don't.
try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
You didn't.
Okay. So in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are
Evidence.
testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm
So
sorry, sir,
to
to
get
interrupt
peer,
you.
I need
That's not
to,
what he's saying.
Go ahead and answer your question.
you're asked peer reviewed, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's
You
permission,
have to have some.
but I haven't and cannot do that.
I hate it.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question
He keeps saying
regards the methodology that you used here. Is the methodology, you
Yes.
said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay,
That's
that
all
was
he
my
asked.
question. Just the
Damn.
methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias.
Exactly. To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
So I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally,
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But,
Okay.
But when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or a syllogism? If you don't ask the question, how did this happen until the end? How do you then not get your hypotheses up front when under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask the how did it happen at the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypothesis.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clearer for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed perhaps all the way up to the end,
mm-hmm.
you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury. Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate,
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And you
Well,
know,
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is it the date, January 29th of 2022? Is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Right.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
it's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right,
I would
so-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
No, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
Do you recall whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So You
We're an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time. So
so you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
we are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you, so is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign, so I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the services of Aperture? Isn't that the purpose of the contract, in part?
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture?
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
it's-
obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000
I was
to
eating.
be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth
Out of three.
is obligated to
Wow.
pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
And as you stated yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
Dang.
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates, you said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's
I'm so sick.
closer to
Ooh,
8
I'm
months.
so sick.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case.
It doesn't
There's the
matter,
Boston
sir.
office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on
Right.
behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a
Oh.
contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture in all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
I mean, I wish he would just admit to it. Why is he doing all of this?
May I see?
Yeah, can
We
you
are
direct me
a
so we're not
firm. We
wasting
do
time?
this, that, and the other.
Well,
This is why we
what
were.
I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you.
I think she called him Dr. Burgess. Kristen, I'm sick of him. I am sick of him.
And then when he's done, Mr. Lessie, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Lo, he's stressing her out too. He is stressing me out.
I have a few more questions before I do that, Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I want to do more than refresh.
All
Or
right,
would you like me to start with
So-
refresh?
go ahead and start with refresh. Go back to the podium, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bev know where this is going.
Dr. Welcher, does that refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
Move on.
So it lists the legal address as my
Oh.
office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just asked me that earlier, and I'm taking what you said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? Do you
No.
recall it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct.
Oh,
And that is my signature on it.
Right.
yeah, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be here until Friday. We'll be here until Friday. He won't shut up. He won't give direct answers. We'll be here
And
until Friday.
we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, switching topics,
Okay.
you submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation the one that you went over on your direct examination. You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Yeah, I'm about to
Well, was it
scream.
more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
That's the better.
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welch, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies.
Because you ain't
Shut
running
down.
this show. I'm so sick of him.
Come on.
You don't run this show. You are a
If
witch.
I may, Your Honor.
Damn it. This is not a board meeting.
Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see Counsel at sidebar while you.
Because
pull
we're
that
going
up,
to have to
please.
talk about your ass. We are going to have to talk about you. Bev is going to have to instruct this witness to be a witness. You don't run this courtroom. And Bev, damn, Bev, I can't believe Bev just let him run amok in her courtroom like this. Shalon, Bev is not tired enough of him. Because if Bev was really tired of him, she would instruct him to answer the question. All that being funny, writing down shit, reading at the paper, like that's annoying. That's not something he should be doing. What are you writing down? This is not a test. This is not a test. You don't get to take notes. You are not an attorney. I mean, and it's not enough that he's just like he's trying to write down all of the questions Alessi is asking. What is that about? He is trying to be a smart ass. That is it, Taz. And Bev needs to set him straight. Bev probably trying to ask Alessi, where you going? You can't do him like that. It is not Alessi's fault. This witness is answering the questions the way he is. Oh, somebody asking about Diddy. Thank you, Glenn. We normally look at Diddy during lunch. Baby, I don't give a damn about Sean P. Diddy Combs at this moment, okay? I'm sorry. I don't care about that man. I'm trying to get through this cross-examination. Bev is about, oh, damn, court just started. I forgot it just started. I just looked at the time and said we're probably about to take a break. We're going to be here till Friday, y'all. I think we'll be here until Friday. Andrew said he's playing all the roles. Expert, attorney, the judge, and the juror. Yes, he is. And it's so annoying to me. When I tell you it is so annoying to me that he is just allowed to sit up here and do this. Hell, I want to listen to ask him what possessed him to put those clothes on.
Dr. Welcher, what I'm going to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So,
Yep.
and once you get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover. Thank you. All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
I know that's right.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes. When did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my direct testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen When did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago.
This
So
smart
in response
ass
to
pissing me
various
off.
discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
He knows what he's
I want to make sure you finish your answer, so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Right, so you created on January 30th, 2025, you made your,
13th.
pardon me?
Oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right, if I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this, thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025, you made your first amendment May 13th of 2025, and then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half. that
Sure,
you
there was
didn't
two
say.
changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right, so
That was the second half.
got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this. And
Please.
if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear it. It was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. What you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense.
Right.
That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
It's because I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No,
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of
Right.
testimony?
so A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
Right.
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months. You just got
Hold
the
on,
clip.
Dr. Welch, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm
that.
trying to
So
be helpful.
Close your
We
Yeah,
don't
computer.
need
let me
you to
close
be
it.
damn
Sorry.
helpful.
I was trying to answer his question.
The clip is in your
So I'm going to ask you to close the.
close
Yeah, that's
the
probably a
damn
good idea.
laptop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay.
They lied to you?
Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated
Baby, he's just a liar.
when about this clip?
I need to look, but I
Baby,
remember it
boy,
being
ain't
about
no
mid-April,
place.
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
What? Bev, Hank played you. Hank played you, Bev. Hank played you, Bev.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information.
Come
What
on,
is your
Welcher.
basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm
Brennan,
going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently. Mr.
I will, Your
Garcia.
Honor. Thank you.
baby,
What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting and our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So
Just
do
like
you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes,
What is that?
what he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You
A
didn't have
liar.
any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
have
Do
you?
you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only
Oh,
speak for myself.
speak then.
I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that
That's not
comes
what
up in
he's talking
court,
about in
getting
court.
trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take our morning recess? Again, Dr. Wilkie, right behind.
Great.
Rest of the jury.
Love to do the rest.
You're getting on my nerves. We got to 11:45. We have to 11:45, y'all. And y'all know I normally call Miss J, but considering what we've seen come up, don't be acting crazy in this live now. Y'all know I normally call Miss J around this time. Considering what has transpired in court today, I just put the link there. If you'd like to come up and chit chat with me, come up. We only have about 15 minutes though. It's low. It's a break. We only have about 15 minutes. If you'd like to come up, come on. If y'all don't come, I'm gonna call my home girl. I just thought maybe y'all act like y'all want. Okay, they said call my home girl. I'm gonna call my home girl then. Y'all text her while we were on here. I said, friend, I hate this man. She says, Bev, you got 30. Okay, y'all, I called Miss J. Because this right here. Oh, you look pretty, girl. Hey, girl.
Hey,
Friend, what is going on?
what the hell did you get me into? This man just sat up here. Anybody who did a 4th grade science project know that the hypothesis is the first thing that you come up with. And you
Thank you, Forrest, for the memberships. You know I had to take that biology class. Got to take lab this summer. I said, now, if I'm not mistaken, the hypothesis is the very first thing you do. You telling me that yours come at the end?
well, even worse than that, you give your hypothesis and then you do your experiment, and you say at the end whether you prove
Your hypothesis or not. Well, he doesn't do that.
Don't sit up here and keep changing the hypothesis, so at the end you can answer it. That means, just like I said yesterday, this man has gone unchecked since '94. Nobody is checking him or his company.
Something.
They don't check resumes, they don't check research, and they definitely don't check or look at any information that they don't want to. That man.
Wait a minute, friend.
How much he got paid? He don't know if the bill's coming through. Sir, you
know. That's a big check. Here's my thing. It's not only that. It's enough. It's him sitting up here. It's like pulling teeth about the hypothesis. I said, see, that's the problem for me right there. Then we pass the hypothesis. We get to this man and that damn Lexus. Now, when he said they don't pay anything for the Lexus, I knew that was some bullshit, because you're not going to go pay for that truck. You're not paying for that truck just to have it. Oh, well, we're going to sell it, and then they pay the difference, but we're going to get a high price for it because we're in California. Sir, does it damn matter? It's still coming from taxpayer money.
You still purchased that knowing full well you're going to get your money back. The thing about that is, too, it's like, you know good and damn well, as a senior VP, if that invoice wasn't paid, you wouldn't have came. You are the
come on now.
VP. You would have sent an underling that was cool with staying in a Super 8 and cool with
not a Super 8
breakfast, and sent their asses back there because they did not pay for that. Because you can't tell me that not only is that bill not paid, but that your room and board is not
your
paid.
Room and your flight here, everything.
Senior VP level. You're not about to sit up here and tell me that they did not pay their bill and you still came to give the analysis. You are not going to tell me that that's not what happened.
Mia said they spent all that money for him to be up there painting his damn arm.
Let me tell you something. They spent all that money for him to start off his testimony. As soon as he seen Alessi, I told my chat, I said, listen, I have never seen somebody see an ass whooping coming and start hitting themselves. The truth is subjective. I think happened. How you start off with no?
When he said the truth is subjective, I said, what?
You start off with, I think, it might.
It might be, could be.
I've never seen somebody feel an ass whooping coming and just start hitting themselves.
No,
I've
T.
never in my life heard of anything like this.
You skipped him saying, he said, good morning, Mr. Welcher. Good morning, and how are you? I don't think we've had the pleasure to meet. Boom. I said, baby, y'all are not in a bar. This is not the waterfall. You are in court.
I wanted Alessi to say, I'm asking the questions.
I wish he would say that at some point. Alessi's face was like,
he should know right there this is going to be a struggle for no reason. This is a struggle for no reason. It's like pulling teeth. He won't say yes or no.
Nicola said, how much did the clothes and the paint cost? Wait, did you catch him yesterday? I saw this on X. I didn't even catch this. That man asked Bev, could he put the hat on? What the heck? What the hell did you want to put the hat? Why do you want to put the hat on?
Because he said he had something called a hat line analysis. And he wanted to show that if you fall backwards, snatch your scalp back. So now we can't wear a hat because we might kill ourselves.
Wait a minute, T. When I saw this, I said, I remember the back and forth. I literally just missed him asking, can I put the hat on? I said, oh, he's in here. He think this shit a game. Why would you put the hat on? What are we doing?
I knew that man had some screws loose when he twinned with John and stood next to that Lexus. I don't know.
T, I still don't know what that was about. I don't even know what that was about. And then wait, he rolled his sleeve up. If you had to roll, John didn't get the privilege of rolling up his sleeve. Why are you rolling up your sleeve? Not only that, we got him dressing like John. You want to put a hat on in court? Why did we just see a random dead body in the street?
How are you paying $400,000 and you didn't recreate everything but Fairview?
But Fairview.
You didn't recreate everything but John. What am I paying $400,000 for over a 6-month period? You didn't recreate everything with John. You out here playing in finger paint. Y'all lying about resumes.
Yes.
And then you gonna sit up here and as soon as this man stand up, you start punking out. It's subjective. I don't know. Hey, wait, no, I ain't said. Don't stand up, and I done paid you $400,000. Brennan should have jumped. Remember how that man jumped up on that judge in Vegas? Like Jordan.
said, Hank is not going to recover. And if I'm Bev, you need to be looking at Hank different because Hank lied. He did exactly what the defense said he did.
He said up in your face, they trying to scare you. They trying to scare
That's,
you.
yes.
We just adjusted this to John O'Keefe's phone. This man said straight up there, oh, 400,000 of your dollars are said. That was new evidence.
That was new evidence. T, the fact that these interviews been out, he talking about, well, it was new evidence. And when he said, I just took his word. I said, just like you took his word for their resume. Okay.
No.
I just took his word.
Let's call a spade a spade. He didn't write none of that. The senior VP, he had them people write that. That's why he can't do nothing without that computer.
Oh, God can't do anything.
Come on, Sprinkle Jr.
No, somebody said that's Lil D. Julie said my chat said that's Lil D. Taylor said, oh, God. The fact that the case. Y'all, this is, what she say? Beth said, Mr. Welcher, I'm gonna have to ask you to close that. I know, just get what you need and close it, okay? Close it.
She said you need to power it off. That's the equivalent of telling a little kid, just sit on your hands.
Sit on your hands.
Sit on your hands.
Sit on your hands right now. Because he really doing a lot. He is.
No, you're the senior VP. You're not telling me you got down and dirty like that with the everyday workers, with the everyday scientists, and you went down there and you performed all of this analysis. Maybe you are overseeing or advising or checking in on this contract that you secured for $400,000, but you are not down there doing all that testing. Which is
he did the paint.
They're presenting the
he did the paint,
and
Frank.
you cannot regurgitate it in any way.
You hear me, Frank? He did the paint. He came for the fun part. Oh, I get to paint my arm today.
Say, don't y'all take no pictures of each other, only of me, because I'm supposed to be doing this.
I agree, though. You know, I never looked at it that way, but it was even weird to me that he had to look at his resume. I said, what? I said, now you should know that off the top of your head. Why are you looking at your resume? Oh, yes. Court. Amanda just thought this. Him looking at, hey, Kaylin, thank you for becoming a member, Kaylin, girl. Him writing down Alessi's questions. Why?
So at the next training event, they can practice for questions that's whooping their ass because
wait a minute, T. What he say? Hold on, just a second. What am I doing on this thing? I said, you really writing this stuff down? Then telling the judge, I'm counting on his fingers. I said, I really do think he feels like he's appealing to the jury. But if they're thinking like the rest of us at home, we're sick of him. We're ready for him to get off. We're ready for him to get off. She said,
Sonia, what you do is go to that, to the green comment that says memberships were gifted, and toggle on that you would like to allow gifts from this channel. Listen, friend, I don't know. Like I said, I have never, and I'm gearing up for Tank's new fight that's getting ready to come. But I said, as long as I've been watching fights, I have never seen somebody see a punch coming and just punch themselves. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Oh, speaking of, this is way off topic, not trial at all. You need to let me know about Jeezy. Because I got my ticket the other day, and I said, I gotta call T. She needs to.
Oh yeah.
We gotta figure that one out. We gotta figure Jeezy out. Okay. Making corrections. Yes, he did say that, Phoenix. He said he changed it every day.
And said 10 minutes ago. Sure, just say that you changed it. We know you changed, but my thing is, even if you did get a video clip that you thought was new evidence, as you want to call it, mid-April, why did it take you to mid-May to change it?
Why? Well, and I think his came after Welcher. So I think not Welcher's, what's his name? Shannon with an N, with one N. His came May 8th. Welcher's the 13th. He said he got it when trial started.
First of all, he said because the defense kept saying
Ooh, ooh, that was good.
The defense said what when? He said, well, it was Karen's statement. Isn't she part of the defense? Sir, back that up. That was from an interview from when? So now you got a clip from mid-April and tried to present it as if the defense, the lawyers themselves, were coming at you about your dang on report. In which case, why would you care that the defense is coming after you? Because this is the standard the defense needs to be defending themselves against.
Oh.
So why would you be changing anything just because the op said it? You don't like it. You ain't supposed to like it.
Wait, that was so good though. That was so. Wait a minute. They just said Diddy's defense is asking for a mistrial. I saw Mr. Dennis put that, but I don't trust him anymore. So I'm glad somebody else said it. I can't go with Mr. Dennis. Mr. Dennis be doing clickbait, so I can't even trust it.
And he said he keep restarting his investigation until it matches the results. That's exactly what he just said.
Queen Victoria, yes, I did hear him say that. I saw him say that if he had to vote right now, he would be a not guilty, especially considering Welcher is their star witness. I think Jayla, the mistrial was denied already. Okay. They were talking about the Diddy trial. They asked for a mistrial, I think for something with a fingerprint or something. Oh, friend.
She was so lost in the sauce.
But she still lost. You know what? I've come to the conclusion.
Friend, I watched a couple of things, and then I didn't see your video until this morning, and I was like, "This is why this is my friend." Because that woman,
I think she was in love with him, and she still is.
First sight.
She still is.
I don't know what kind of gitchy that man got if you get too close. But I mean, I felt like I was watching Hocus Pocus.
Listen. So I was watching.
Even now, she can't even blink right.
I watched Nosy Bystander.
Got her looking like a damn nanny.
Who?
Sketch artist.
The sketch artist.
Is so wrong. Got her
looking
like her face is hanging like gravity is just beating her ass.
I think I looked at the Nosy Bystander for a second, and she said something that I know these women were in love with him. Didn't think about Dunn being in love with him too, but she added Dunn to the list too. She said, I have a theory. She said Diddy is not crazy. He knew who to put his hand what woman he could put his hands on in front of Cassie. On Cassie in front of. And she said, I do think he did it to women he knew loved him. And he wanted to see if their love was deep enough to overlook them hurting these other women. She said he probably would have never dated Capricorn, never slept with her, anything. But he knew she liked him. Or had a love for him. When that woman said I felt like his protector, I said, this lady is crazy.
Wow, that man got security and money.
Let me say this, and I got to call the man that I used to work for, the record exec I used to work for. When I tell you our office was small, but it felt like a family. He has never once made me feel. He never made me feel uncomfortable. He would never let anyone and we worked with rappers all the time. He would never leave me alone with rappers. He always made sure the women in the office were safe, right? And so as well as the other man, I said, I have to call him and thank him for just making that environment. I can't imagine that man telling me to go fetch some coke for him.
Your thoughts, male thoughts on Bev's decision this morning.
I told them we'd talk about this in lunch because I guess what I can't wrap my head around. He can't tell us for certain if it was a collision because her car did not register a collision. However, Bev allows him to say there was a collision, but he can't say her car collided with John O'Keefe. The jury is just going to say, well, what the hell did she collide with?
You get to say Alexis identical to. Well, my thing with this is I felt yesterday, I was like, just go ahead and say it. Why are we waiting until the morning? You already made your decision. You're going to let him say what you want to let him say. The only problem is I think she wanted to act like she was going to go think on it, but we know she always split the baby.
Yep.
But what ends up happening is every time y'all slight Alessi and then let him go home and think about it, some shit like this happens. And now your contract is in front of your face. I don't understand why they keep doing mess like this.
I guess, but this morning
he was probably sending Teams messages to his secretary, like, "Help! What do
I say? Well, wait. So what did what was I about to ask you about this case? What'd you just say? Damn, I forgot that quick.
Bev's decision.
Bev's
And being
decision.
able to say that the Lexus was identical to Karen's. And
Oh, I was going to say, did you catch how shaky her voice was when she was reading that decision?
Well, the thing is, Bev has never been a fast talker, and the fact that she was saying it so quick
and breathing hard while she was saying, she sounded so nervous. And we're gonna go ahead and get. I was like, she was shaky up there.
She sounded, she was reading so fast, and it's just like, you are always the first one to catch everybody when they're on the stand. Slow down so the court reporter can give you the first one to say.
Now she's Speedy Gonzalez.
You've never spoken in a way where your court reporter had to try to catch up. And this morning, I definitely caught that this was the first time she started. Flying through.
She flew through it.
It's almost like you didn't want us to hear it, but you had to say it. But I had a feeling, I felt like she was going to do it anyway. I felt like she was going to let it all in.
I just don't get it. I don't get it because I would reasonably assume that he's saying her car hit John. And not only that, do you think it even helped Welcher to bring?
You said a Lexus identical to, was it another Lexus out there? Like it was a Jeep.
It's foolish.
A pickup truck. Like
what about this random person he put in his PowerPoint who literally sustained injuries worse than John did? Worse than John did. And I said, this is not helping you because you're proving to us that man wasn't hit by a car.
Well, I'm going to basically Bev said, the do good letters, basically Bev said today that because he was an expert with proven methodology,
I think so, Gwen.
He would allow that she would allow for him to say that Karen, basically John's injuries were sustained by colliding with a Lexus identical to the defendant's. And then she also stated that the damages to the Lexus were consistent with a collision.
Right, Gwen.
So by him being able to say both of those, it always seems like Brennan is not looking at the long game. Because the short of it all, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Had this been what Brennan thought it was going to be, I still don't feel like he would have had the mic drop with everybody. He might have had a good 7 to 10 out of the 12. But somebody like me would have not been able to digest that information because you was dressed up like John, and that just threw me off, no matter how good the information
That was weird. That was weird.
With those 7 to 10 people, had this been the mic drop that he wanted, he fought so hard for them to be able to say what they were saying that it never feels like Brendan is playing the long game except for when it comes to a verdict. And unfortunately, he's been short-sighted that he just pitted his two main witnesses against each other. He just pitted his medical examiner against his expert.
And who you gonna believe? Who are you going to believe? I'm gonna believe the ME.
People are literally haven't heard a word from the defense, no case in chief from the defense, and they are already struggling in their minds against a medical examiner, which all of us will know and trust the medical examiner's point of view, versus their expert. That was goofy. That was goofy to me. I would have not put the medical examiner up there before I let that happen.
I think if I had to choose between the ME, Welcher and Shannon, and the ME and Aperture, I'm going with the ME because I said this. I think she did a great job saying, listen, when I did my research, this is what it said to me. She didn't care about all the stuff the officers were talking about. Hell, Alessi made a great point when it came to the 3,700 compressions. That didn't sway her. She said, that's possible, but I'm gonna rock with what I said. I'm going with what I said. Because her science was her science. Aperture, both of them have shown me that they're able to bend the science to fit whatever narrative the highest bidder wants. Can't go with it. Sorry.
Listen, you Aperture lost all credibility with anybody you've seen, from the bang to the senior VP. I don't want to hear shit y'all saying, and y'all lying on resumes. Matter of fact, you the senior VP. Let me ask your ass something. How did somebody link a
Man,
that don't exist? What is you over there? What are you doing? You just not paying attention?
what are you doing? Talking about, oh, I don't pay attention to that. We know. We know. Paying attention to details is not apertures. That's not y'all thing.
He needs to decide if he's playing smart or stupid here.
I think so too, Catherine. I loved her, and I wish they would have brought Tattoo Sleeve back. She was a good one too.
Yeah, I think that this was. I just don't understand what Hank was doing here.
Me either. I
just
think
don't understand
Hank.
it, and I feel like he made it so that the jury has to make a decision they should have never had to make unless it was prosecution versus defense.
Yeah.
They should never have to choose whether or not he was hit by a car by your two freak. Because now they're tussling with their idea whether to believe the ME or whether to believe your expert. And Karen Reed ain't put on the case.
She hadn't even put on the case. And I'm telling you, I'm going with that ME every time. Not only that, there's so much stacked against them for this man to sit here and tell us that he was hit by a car. I just can't believe that. I mean, the man bent down, scratched his eye, then he bruised his knee, then somehow he stood up and then got hit by, like, none of it makes sense. He's just.
The only way, but my thing is, if you were going to sit up there and put paint on your arm and play around and take some pictures, then why didn't you paint the side of the vehicle from the rooter to the tutor? It should have been blue paint. I mean, it's getting paid for. You should have painted the whole back of that vehicle. And after that man got finished backing into your ass, it should have been paint here.
We could just let the boys. We could have just let the boys do it.
Paint on your knee. If what you said was true, show me.
Child, next time I'm gonna tell the Commonwealth I know 2 little boys who might love to play in some paint in Arizona. Let's go do that. Tell them, hey, we'll just let the boys go outside. Let them play.
You build your house.
I love Dr. Stonebridge. I thought she was a great witness. She was a great witness. I wish they would have brought her back, but I don't think they liked what she said. Hearing all of the stuff in his head, I don't think they liked it. They didn't like that.
You want the remote? They won't give you the ball. You want the remote? Balls. The balls. Okay.
T, which baby is this?
Huh?
Which baby is this talking?
Denver.
Hi, Denver.
Hi. No.
Oh, he said no.
No. He said no. Hold on, y'all.
Get my friend together.
He got company and they didn't piss him off.
Oh.
Dallas. Share a ball with him. He can build something too. They got a fort, a glow-in-the-dark fort set, and it's got all these little balls.
Child, I need to come over there. T-Baby's got everything. Do you hear me? She had a whole bounce house in the front.
Building a fort.
Now they're building a fort.
But Denver usually builds all of them, and Dallas be off playing Roblox or something. And their cousin is here. My niece Kalia is here. So now everybody wants to build. Denver, like, no, I build my house.
He said, I build. Okay.
And y'all go on. So he wants all the balls. These balls have like little divots all in them. So
not that time about it's always Denver. Denver said he's the builder. I think they're coming back. Okay. Okay, friend. I'll talk to you. All right.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could please address an administrative matter that I wish I didn't have to address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed, yes.
Would he open?
So did you just turn it off?
No, but I will. I closed it. You want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm
sub?
going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
Baby, I know that's right, Alessi. Alessi said he is not about to play with him. Q said, I'm not playing these crackhead games with you today. Baby, I know that's right, Alessi. Oh, I'm not mad about it. Yeah, I do sometimes feel sad when I see Paul. Y'all remember when Peggy said it? Paul over there. I said, oh my. Paul, oh, I know Paul. And if Peggy really is mean, I know Paul is angry at John and that sister for leaving him alone with Peggy. What Peggy say? And you know Paul over there. I mean, that was crazy. He said, Jarbo said, thinks he's 88 Sprinkle. Jarbo, I don't know who he thinks he is.
Sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it
I
takes you a
know
while to
it's so
set up in the
bad.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch break,
You
okay?
Thank you. Peg. He gets on my nerves. I'm bad for Peg.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
Memorial Day? Well, that was Monday, what?
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir?
What?
Day after Memorial Day.
I testified yesterday.
Yes.
Monday. Mr. Fruitsnacks is crazy, yo.
Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going on. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications. This trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
Going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is Event Data Recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, Event Data Recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no,
Hey,
correct?
Aaron.
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a tech stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every tech stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple tech stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button,
Thank you.
that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and tech stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're not?
asking a question.
So
If it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will,
Lexi getting
depending on the
a little-
vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles,
Oh.
which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to tech stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
Nana, I'm sick of it.
The tech stream data
Mm-hmm.
indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
Here
we go.
I think I'm going to say yes, that tech stream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a tech stream event.
So the tech stream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the tech stream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a tech stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the tech stream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have
There's that
the
ear.
wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct tech stream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the tech stream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So again, the tech stream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the tech stream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the tech stream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle. because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way.
Yeah, because this right here is great.
Your analysis or anyone's analysis in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the text stream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No.
Well, so
Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of text stream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the text stream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Taylor, I'm
Slide
annoyed.
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are...
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no,
No,
scroll.
y'all.
So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So
But-
to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events. I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So
What you mean?
you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that...
Ooh. Hank don't want
You're
this
saying
out.
there's no basis for the question?
Yes, eh?
All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165,
Trooper
and
Paul.
1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
Yeah, this Trooper Paul stuff.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis in the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original CARS report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
Yeah, I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
Y'all, this is about to be a tussle because what does the Commonwealth not really want to get out? The Commonwealth does not want the jury to hear that they had another theory before he got on. They don't want him. They don't want them to tell them that. Do you think they want the jury to know that Jen said she saw Karen's car out there at 12:45? I know that's not related to this, but I'm just saying they don't want all of that out. But it should be fair game. I know Hank's scared right now. And as Kay just said, child, it's about to get messy. He finna get them on that 1162. It's not the cycle they claim this all happened on. Wait a minute. Merch. Somebody called you Raven Baxter yesterday. We're gonna see if you seen into the future today too, okay? You're probably right. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I try to keep up with the case, but I don't keep up with their lives outside of the case. I look on X for that. Somebody will tell me, but I really don't know. I hadn't seen it though. Brianna said it. So here's the thing, guys. Heather said, I said that yesterday too. Here's the thing, guys. What is about to happen with these key cycles and why are they so upset? Not upset. Why is Hank trying to keep this out? Hell, at this point, you let that man say her car hit John O'Keefe or her car, there was a collision with her car. I don't understand why this can't come in. Bridget said they literally made a note in the last trial that 1162 was the tow truck. Spanky didn't do his work. So Bridget, is this why, hey MH, is this why so many people online keep trying to associate 1162 with the tow truck? I just didn't remember that. Okay. I didn't remember this, Bridget, but I've seen a lot of people with video. This is why they're saying that. So The lawyer, you know, someone said that in his comments yesterday, and he was like, well, I think they've done a good job of disproving that. And you know how they try to use video and they use all of this different stuff to say, hey, this is what was going on. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, guys. I didn't remember that, but I've seen it a lot on X, especially after yesterday. It was on my timeline a lot because they were talking about the tires spinning, which I honestly never got. The tires, I said maybe she was in neutral and thought she was in driver. So I mean not neutral. But I thought maybe she was just sitting in park and just hit the gas. I didn't get why her tires would have been just spinning, but it would make sense if she was on that snow. Okay. Nicola said Trooper Paul said it didn't pick up the tow truck because it just didn't. Damn it, I miss Trooper Paul. At least he was annoying, but at least there was some funny parts. This man just straight annoying. No reverse in 1159. That's where it should be, and it's not. Forrest, is 1159, is that the key cycle, or are you talking, is that the time? Let me make sure I'm here. Oh, here we go. 1159 was Fairview. 1160 was the next morning looking for John. 1161 was driving to the parents. God damn. Bridget, are you acting like Welcher and got a little notepad over there? Okay. Thank you. Look, you and Forrest on it. So you guys, this is the breakdown they're giving us right now of the key cycles. Some said my husband said I don't do nothing but watch mail all day since I graduated. You tell your husband, you damn right. We've not done with this trial. You may have graduated, but Karen is still on trial. We still have something to do. Okay. Thank you, Bridget, for this, because that helps a lot. That helps a lot. And also, I think the jury should know that they've changed this damn timeline this much. Brianna said, I need y'all evidence board. Gwen, tell your husband I say, hey. Barchi probably says the same, y'all. Barchi says, girl, you always over there talking to those people on live. She probably says the same thing. I don't have a man to say it, so I'm going to say Barchi says it. Damn, they're still over there. Yeah, they don't want this out. They do not want this out. Merch said I'd be in them TikTok trenches. I love it because, listen, when I am on TikTok, I see the craziest Karen Reed videos. The craziest ones. Ash, please let it go. She said, Barchi said, as long as mail ain't bothering me. She just said, oh, she's sitting on the floor now, just sitting here looking at me. Bridget, X is I think right now, X is probably one of my favorite apps to get Karen Reed information from. It's just so much. And I like the app. My algorithm is literally, it's either football or it's Karen Reed for the most part. That's it. That's it. It's either Karen Reed or it's football on my timeline. Davia, we're waiting. They're the sidebar. Jessica, nothing much. They're the sidebar right now. And I do think Alessi is trying to ask him about the Commonwealth's previous theory when it came to these key cycles and how it only changed after aperture was hired. So that's what we're doing right now. Oh, no, Molly. When I told Mariah, I said, during the YSL days, I would get a few crazy comments, but Lord, Diddy days, child, it gets to the point I try not to go down my comments on, like, when I'm talking about something Diddy related, because I'd be there all night arguing with people. I never thought I'd have to argue with so many women, but I post, and if I see a comment, I'll comment. But normally I'm the person, I like to go back to my videos and talk to people in the comments. I like to have a conversation. Child, with Diddy, I'm just posting and going. That's the only thing. Brandy, I don't know what's up with Bev, but I do think today, I don't know, y'all. Today she sounded a little nervous. A little nervous about her ruling today. You think that's what it is, Lauren? Lauren, it is. Well, it's 12:19. She may go ahead and let them go to lunch. You know, she'll get overwhelmed in a minute and just say, forget it, go to lunch. Ronnie, I don't even want to argue with them, girl. I don't even want to argue with the people. I really loved him, Jessica. Catherine, are they going to make it to 2.0? Because Darlington is taking a plea today. It's only 2 defendants left. One defendant, he probably going to be under the jail. But the one who looks like he's 50 and he's really like 30, I can't remember his name. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. But I just hope they go ahead and just drop the charges. Drop the charges on that man. Thank you, Summer. Look how he's looking.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
McMullen.
Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
What?
So there's 2 words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your...
Hold on, Mr. Leslie, the court reporter can't hear.
Thank you. I will.
I'll object again to the question that's coming.
Can I
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask an appropriate question, Mr.
Sure. Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You have to remove part of that.
Okay, understood, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Shannon.
Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher,
Why is this? What is going on?
in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
What?
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about this.
Bam so annoying. Bam said, Bam, I'm going to see you again. Folks, I'm so sorry. Oh, y'all, are we going to get through this? Are we going to get through this? Oh my, are we going to get through this, y'all? Oh, I wonder why he just needs to word the question right. I don't know what she wants him, but he's not wording it the way Bev wants it to be worded. Oh, wow. What is going on? This is, you know what? I'm telling y'all, this man is going to be on the stand probably until tomorrow at lunch. It's just taking too much to get through this. It's taking too much to get through it. Taylor, that side of the courtroom always mad. It's taking a lot to get through this. Damn, Aaron. Garlington probably never getting out. Jesus. I didn't know he was pleading to all of that. Mia, I don't know. Maybe Bev is going to tell him how he should word it, or I don't know. But she doesn't like it. I know his hearing is today. Bev does not like what's going on. Thank you for the super chat, Forrest. Bev is, I don't know, Bev. I don't know what to say about Bev, y'all. Stephanie, I think I love what they've done in this trial as far as which lawyers will take which lawyers will take the which witness. I actually kind of like the way they've spreaded it out. I love that Alessi is the technical person, and it comes over so well when he does his questioning because he's really detailed. He's very thorough. He seems like if I need to come in here and talk about how to make macaroni and cheese, like he makes me feel like he's going to go get all of the mac and cheese recipes, right? He knows what temp, how long the noodles should be on, which ones would be better for which cheese. He seems like he gets really involved in whatever it is he is questioning someone on. So I love that. Aaron, I don't know what he was thinking with this blind plea because I just don't know what he was thinking with the blind plea. The blind plea struck me as odd for him, but maybe he's just tired. Maybe Paige will show him some grace, but he is on all those wiretaps. I don't know. Lacey Ann, she said Alessi is allowing too much bullshit. I don't really think it's him because he's asked him to give yes or no answers. It's Paige who won't enforce it. I mean, not Paige. Sorry. It's Bev. I was just talking about Paige. It's Bev that will not enforce it. She's just letting him just ramble. She needs to tell him to give straight answers. Yes or no. Yeah. But Lacey, I think he is doing the best he can, but even I can tell he's getting tired. Those pauses are getting longer and longer. The pauses are getting longer and longer. Davia, you might be right. He may get a lot of time. I just don't know if I would have taken that blind plea. Excuse me. I don't know if I would have taken the blind plea, honestly. I hope it works out in his favor, though. Maybe Paige, because y'all remember Paige told them, don't everybody start thinking this is going to be you. What happened with Thug? Does Miss Little have bangs now? Has she always had bangs, y'all? Shanny, if we're on lunch, we're going to be on lunch soon. So if it's while we're on lunch, yeah. Oh, Aaron. Okay. Lauren, first of all, I don't know. I remember my first time hearing ARCA. I was so impressed with them. How they answered the questions from both sides. It was just like, well, no, this man comes off as an asshole. What are they looking for? Y'all, what's going on? Babe, Karen is me. I love how involved she is. Karen is me. Yes, ma'am. Look at over there. Hold on. Baby, she is getting to it. She is sleepy, but she should be this involved. She really should be this involved, though. I think with any person, I mean, I don't care if it's something you have going on at work. You need to know your rights and you need to be involved because no one is going to advocate for you like you will ever advocate for you. I believe that. Luna Tuna said Miss Little skateboards. I knew those bangs were new. I didn't remember her having bangs. I think they are Mean Girls, Kay. You know what, Kika? Now, Kika, that was not right. Kika, that one wasn't right. That was not right. Kika. I try to leave my girl alone, baby. I try to leave her alone. Talking about, Lord. I know y'all saw Kika. I'm tired of her playing in this chat. Because why did I see poor Peggy and thought she was really about to say something? I really thought she was about to say something. I'm gonna wait. What's today? Oh, it's May 31st. I mean, May 28th. Maris, I remember because we got so much access to the attorneys and YSL, I remember them saying that a lot of their clients were very involved.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, I hate that. I don't know if I think they just bored, too choppy or something. You just need to wash your hair. I don't know. I don't like the bang. Remember,
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank you.
page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Green said, do you have a degree?
Okay.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did?
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did?
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assessed the human anatomy, you made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, correct?
If given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right.
What the hell are you doing?
You need to do it with the court's permission. So
Sorry.
if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report.
If he pulls something out,
And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right.
In the test.
And can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you take, usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1 G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's, basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1 G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration.
here we go.
You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
He called
So
something else.
you then, as I understand it, you go to scientific literature And you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated, surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture
Right.
your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at
Right.
force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Yeah, it's 12:42. We will be here until Friday. We'll be here until Friday.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to get to the,
This is insane.
that's it, number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or can the witness see the document being referred
He's
to?
reading.
In front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Yeah, this right
Why
here
don't
is
you show it to
bad.
me?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did, can I ask
He
another
did the
question?
damn
Yes,
report.
thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next
Can I
question.
go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That was also from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that
On
on your
direct.
testimony
I
on direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979,
Hey, Red,
correct?
this is
I
rough.
believe that's correct.
It's
1979.
46 years old.
79.
If I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off. Where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
Why wouldn't you
So
go
you
for
would
something
agree.
more recent?
That as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a
Right.
pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities.
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you can test that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
So I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again,
Why didn't
most
you look
cars,
at
for
the
example,
data?
this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Right, because
Do
that
you have
confused me.
knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I
So-
have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't
You don't.
know the answer
Don't
to that
know.
question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right.
Damn, that's all you had to say.
The Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were the sub.
Oh, God.
That wasn't necessarily an opinion. That was a sub opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. but I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
The
you.
general concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, he wanted it.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye
Ooh, let's get to it.
is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus
Yes, fine.
SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I'd use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot
Yeah,
foot
where
on
you
the property?
going?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
What did he go for? He should have done
Did
it.
you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes,
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, Do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't
Crazy
know
yes and no.
exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height? Did you
So,
know that?
yep,
Where was it? It was you? Was it you in that slide?
it was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top toward the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position
that's
at the
what
point of
we're
impact,
saying.
nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
It was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler, because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Then why are you
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
He guessed.
Likewise,
Get him out of here.
you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis
Mm.
regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to
Ooh.
whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so
He said,
it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car.
at 2 miles an hour.
I could probably find the slide for you.
So
We don't need
you
it.
didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
Nay.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
Part
we're
of what they
Why
do.
didn't you
So
do
I
it?
lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct. If we had more information.
What more do you need?
Mr. Alessi, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So jury, your lunch is here. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Right, for the jury.
I just have to say,
Goodbye.
I just have to say, I have way too much fun on these lives talking to y'all. Y'all are funny as hell. Some of y'all need to go do some stand up or something. I say this, I know I say this often, but when it gets like we just cackling and kikiing and the chat just going crazy, I'm going to say it every time. Damn, these people. I have the best time on this live. Now, this makes no sense. Hold on, Aaron. Oh my God, this makes no sense. It makes no sense, y'all. I mean, it just makes no sense what's happening right now. Kiss said, thank you for the super chat. Kiss said, Deacon Alessi left Big Bev Baptist Church and pulled up to New Melanie Church of Trials and Tribulations. Amen. And Pastor Melanie says, amen. Amen. Amen, baby. Y'all, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Like, he did all of this on direct to get to cross. For him to tell us on cross, he didn't do exact measurements. He can't tell you if that man hit his face for real. Then why the hell are you saying it? Why are you saying it like it's so? Why are you saying it? Why would you sit there and tell us that? There go my friend. Hey, girl. Come on, Skin. It's Mel. Hey, friend.
I feel like Miss J now. What do you have us watching?
Brianna, honestly, I feel like I need to be questioning my sanity at some point. Why am I watching this?
First of all, you lost me yesterday when we worked on your son's 5th grade project in the video.
Blue, yellow paint. What are we doing? And
And
that's like, they pay him $400,000 to go play in paint.
They pay you a lot of money. You own this company. This your company. Hey, y'all. This your company. And you playing in paint. And then not only paint, is it not creepy that you said, I'm going to go get the exact shoes, the exact clothes, the exact cup. I had to do my research. This is what you base your money on?
I got the shirt. I mean, I got the jeans, Brianna, because I think they were 7 jeans or something like that. The shoes. How the hell did you find that damn screen print t-shirt? Where the hell did you find that at? What? Ask
He
him
said
to put on my hat.
he researched the type of the
The glasses
fire of the glass.
for what? Now he's just doing shit. For what? Why do you need the glass?
He got way too much money. That his lawyer should have prepped him a little bit better than that. Because if he tell Alessi he asked him two questions one more time.
Merch, listen, why do you need the glass?
Merch, come on, you must be working, Merch.
Why do you need the glass? Like, I think I'm forever stuck on it. What did he need the glass for? Not only that, I think I saw someone say this too, that 8 miles an hour. I said they're alleging it was about 24 miles an hour. So you got to pick up the speed, buddy. What are we talking about?
He wasn't gonna get hit. I wanted to see him fly across, like you know how Uncle Phil used to throw jazz at the door. I want him to like a dummy from the 90s. Cause it's crazy.
Thank you for the super chat. I think for me, I think he's so annoying because, you know, as an expert, I know I expect him to stand on the science. And here's the thing, just let the science make sense. You can clearly tell he's forcing the science to fit a narrative. And that's where I have the problem. Because I feel like so many of us, we rely on scientists in our everyday lives to tell us things, and we listen because you're a damn scientist.
At this point, I don't even want to go to the doctor no more because I don't know. They just handing out degrees.
Brianna, we might need to be a little scared.
Call USC. Call USC.
Call USC up, and we need to see, is this doctorate for real? Because the fact that he's sitting there, hey fam, the fact that he's sitting here and just, I mean, he's just making it fit whatever they want him to say. Hey, Merch girl.
Hey, Merch.
What's up, y'all?
Friend, what
Merch? Merch, you know what lotto number I need to play?
Chill, man. Chill.
Merch, go let us know. Everybody get your pens out. Merch, give us some numbers. Merch.
Y'all gonna have your lip poked out when y'all lose.
I'm trying to be like Forrest. Okay.
Hey, Forrest be on it.
You get a membership. I need it all.
That's right. We appreciate it. Thank you.
That's deep pockets Forrest.
Merch, what you feeling like listening to them today?
Bro, I am sick of him. Why he gotta tussle with everything?
Everything.
It's not even that hard to understand, Alessi.
Is your pen black? Well, actually, sometimes it can write gray. If you hand, I'm just like.
And what you writing down and all in the computer?
Like I said, it's the way of it.
Pulling out calculators and shit.
Oh, where did the calculator come from?
Sir.
Where did it come from?
You got everything in that backpack.
That was crazy. He had that yesterday.
Chloe probably in that backpack too. Pull her out.
Okay.
Wait a minute. He pulled out that calculator, baby.
Backpack deeper than Dora Explorer.
It really is. Backpack. Oh my God, dog, not a calculator, Jesus.
It's not even, it's the calculator. It's the fact that he will be sitting up there and he was constantly trying to go in that laptop. I said, what is he doing?
And they told you once already.
No, I mean, someone said a comment. They said he came as everyone, an expert, an attorney, the judge, and the juror. He can be everything.
He is literally what's the dude from YSL? Literally
Sprinkle.
Yeah, literally Sprinkle.
He is Sprinkle.
Everybody.
He is Sprinkle. I think it's so annoying for me because either he just can't like release control, or does he have ADHD? Is something up there going on with this man? He just can't. It's something. He cannot sit still. And the writing taking notes. I mean, he's really giving Melanie, because when I go listen to people, I don't even know if I'm taking notes properly. I'm just writing everything down, it feels like. Why are you just writing down the craziest stuff? He writing down Newton's second law. What did you write that down for?
You know it.
Every time as Alessi is talking, he is literally repeating the question back to him, like he's whispering it.
Yes, in the
He's
microphone.
whining. So annoying.
I'm still mad about them clothes, bro. Like, I don't get why you would do that.
It's so
It's
annoying. Oh my, it's the craziest thing. And I think what's but y'all, it's gonna be 2:00 when we get back. He's not going to get off the stand probably until lunchtime. That's just annoying. He said the way he flipping through them papers, that damn PowerPoint.
And who gave him the okay to show us their body? I was eating breakfast. I didn't
That
even
was
see it.
wild. And
I do.
That was crazy.
Oh my God.
it
And
didn't help him. It looked worse.
first
It
of all,
didn't.
that's what I said. Do either of you feel like showing the body helped?
Hell no.
No. Did you see that man arms almost cut in half?
Yes.
No.
I thought it was worse because now, in my opinion, and for me, it felt like now we're seeing someone who was actually hit at 24 to 30 miles an hour.
Mhm.
We're seeing injuries that can occur, and they don't match up with John's.
Yep. And you can see
He had no broken
bones. Yep.
No.
He had bruises all over his damn body.
That arm was toe up.
It
fell
was.
off.
It wasn't like scratches. It was cuts. But I do have a question because I thought Belle said that old boy can't say that Karen hit him. That the triggering event was her hitting John with the car. But then they went up there and then Brendan was like, "Oh, can you say that? Can that Karen hit John?" And he was like, "Yeah." So what was the point of it?
Collision. There was a collision in her car,
and it was her hitting him.
He could say wait. He said the defendant hit John.
That was the question. Hank said, "Is that collision? Do you think that collision was Karen hitting Mr. O'Keefe, or it could be Karen hitting Mr. O'Keefe?" And
could be. Okay. I just think that we're gonna unless he has his work cut out for him, I just don't think that he could say that with any type of certainty, and that's my issue with him. Especially like we're not even halfway through cross, and he's already said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know where the collision happened. I don't know what could have where on the street it happened." So you're just guessing with everything. How are we supposed to take that seriously?
Right. And then whenever they were talking about how the car backed up to the curb, he was like, "So it would be at the same height." You're a fucking liar, because the car would still be lower than the man on the curb. There's no way the car would be at the exact height as him unless he was further off into the damn grass. That'd be the only way.
That's a good point, because if she pulled up to the side, John would have got out on the yard. So his little experiment, he would have had to back up on the curb and then get hit.
And she would kind of have to turn a little bit, unless he was in the street.
Y'all, this question: if you got out of the car, right? I'm driving the Lexus, and one of y'all got out the car. Are you gonna just stand there for 10 seconds and let me back in?
No, you're gonna go in the house. It was cold. Even if it wasn't snowing yet, it was cold. He wasn't dressed for the winter like that. He's running into that house to see what's up. Why would I get out of the house? Why would I get out of the car at your house just to stand on the side of the road when I'm supposed to be coming in the house? That makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I think for me, when we use context clues, do you guys, after listening to Ron Nagel's testimony, do you feel he went in the house? Because I think he was in the house. Ron Nagel said when he drove past Karen, he did not see anyone in their car. You would have seen John.
You would have seen him on the side of the road if he wasn't in the
road.
In the yard.
He was already in the house.
That nigga was in the house.
He was already in the house.
He was in there. Because I still can't convince me that this girl had her brother come and get her out of a snowstorm and then said, "Never mind, I'm good." First of all, if you was my sister or brother, I'm coming to the house and I'll snatch you up out the house and we going home.
Cut the fuck out immediately.
I wish you guys. I told my auntie that's the attorney. I was with her for Memorial Day. I was like, "You got to come on," because she is of the mind that Karen did it. And I said, "Well, why do you think that?" She watched like a documentary. She's like, "She said it." And I hate having these combos with my auntie because she's a lawyer. So I was like, "Well, did you hear her? It was a question. She didn't say she did it. She was questioning it, right?"
She
But
also put it to
something
the
that
plow. Ain't nobody charging a plow driver.
Right.
now my aunt, she is from South Memphis, baby. And I don't care how prissy she is. She did say, well, Melanie, she said, I'm just saying, if that's my man, I'm going to knock on that door. I said, okay, girl. I know that's right, because I'm going
Facts.
to go knock on that door as
I
well.
would have been at the door too.
That is one thing. And it may be because she knew Higgins was in there, right? And she
Yeah.
knew that it would have been awkward. Maybe that's why she
But they
did.
were just at the bar together though, so it's like
She probably was just trying to go home and didn't want to go there anyways, honestly.
true.
I don't think she wants to be there. I don't think
She
wants to be
didn't
there.
fool with them like that.
No.
Well,
She had
Merch,
to get the number from
if you come, if we go out, baby, and you with your people and your people don't speak to me, I don't want to go to your people's house either.
And that probably was the argument. Because she probably was like, man, I really ain't trying to go in there.
Karen and Woolen, because if it was my car, you either catch a ride with them or you want the house. Because I'm going to
Period.
When my aunt, listen, like,
that's
first
right.
of all, Nicole Albert didn't speak, Brian Albert didn't speak, Caitlin Albert didn't speak. I'm not going to a damn party. First of all, your son and his friends don't look like a good time anyway. Baby, take me home.
Period. And I already got this weird vibe with Higgins.
No.
She was ghosting that nigga at that time, so you know she wasn't trying to be around you.
You had that little point.
I don't like. I'm not coming in that house either. So I don't fault. I only question why she didn't go to the house.
Why did she drive off?
Come in, but baby, I would have laid on that horn, or I would have knocked on the door and said, "Hey, John in there? Can you bring him inside?" Something like that. I just can't fathom leaving the house. People I don't really know. I just can't fathom like not figuring out what was going on.
I could only see it because that was his friends and his cop buddies. So she probably was like, man, fuck you, because she seemed like a hothead kind of.
Yeah,
to be like, man, fuck you, get your own ride home. You know what I'm saying?
I do think that's what she said, Merch.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It don't make sense to us, because I would have definitely been inside that house, but I can also see her just being like, F you, I'm going home. And she drunk.
She was drunk. And so, okay, can we all settle something now in the chat? And on the two panelists. Can we Tasha, tell him to stop playing with us. That'll be so cute. Can we settle, Karen? Do you guys believe Karen did put her car in reverse at some point?
I think, when do you not drive? When do you drive and not put your car in reverse at some point, though?
No. In reverse, remember the remembers realtor's testimony, because I kept saying, well, how do they know she backed up? And he said it went from park to neutral to reverse, and then 24 miles an hour. Do you think at some point she may have hit the gas in reverse? I think she did.
I really think that was the tow truck when they were putting it on the tow truck.
At 24 miles an hour?
Because if you look at her, them trying to back up that car, it was having a tough time to back up. Mm-hmm. And you know, when you stuck in the snow, you kind of do hit the gas a little bit to get it going, and then you let up off the gas. So I think that could have been them. I don't know. I don't know
either, but I don't know either, but at some point, do we have dates for this?
No. That's the thing. They just trying to come up with a timeline, because they got the readout on the report, but the report doesn't have the exact dates and times. They got to just try to pinpoint the time and the date.
24 miles an hour is fast as hell. Do you hear
hell
me?
Yeah.
I might go to 3 miles and start getting like, woo, hold up.
But to back up that precise, being drunk in the snow is crazy.
I just can't see how she didn't hit something. Right. Like, how didn't she hit something?
Yeah, she'd have been off in that grass, probably would have hit the damn flagpole.
The flagpole, Brian Higgins' car, something.
The bushes, something. Something. There's no way she could have stopped that quick, and she's drunk. Her reactionary time is low.
I do think she was in reverse, but I'm struggling with 24 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I just don't see how you do that. I don't see how that is. Going in reverse.
Do you think she passed the house? Because it wasn't really snowing like that. So you think she passed the house and Joe was like, oh, it's right there. And so instead of turning around, because I put that thing.
That's a possibility.
They said that's where the 3-point turn came into play when she passed the house.
I think she confirmed it on one of her interviews.
She did.
Stop damn talking, Karen.
She did too much. She should have waited for that to come out.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Lacey Ann says the key cycle isn't correct. Gina says, I think she would have if it wasn't for their conversation earlier in the day. He was avoidant and ignoring phone calls early in the day. I think her mind was on that and not on him being in danger. I don't think she thought he was in danger. I can't agree with that.
No, she didn't.
I know she hates it now, but I don't think she thought he was in danger.
She did too much after the fact for somebody that killed somebody. Because I'm
Yeah.
gonna wait till his ass is found. I'm not gonna go looking for him.
Do you hear me? They'll be in their sleep with
And I'm
sleep.
not gonna-
Period. Talking about be home.
He should have been at home like Jennifer McCabe. How long before they find a dead body?
Straight up.
No.
house. No.
And the friends, like, there's no way my friend died and I'm gonna be weird and shady about telling what happened. I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened, and that's what it was. I'm not gonna be texting, talking about, oh, he telling her he didn't come in the house. Why would I do that? Because I wouldn't even think, well, he didn't come in the house, so why would I even think to even say that? Because he didn't come in the house.
It was the guy for me. Tell him the guy didn't come in the house.
Come on, the guy.
The guy. It was the guy. It's Ian McCabe's phone call. A man unresponsive in the snow.
And then
he slipped up. She said he came in the house.
Yeah,
so there were so many things, in my opinion, that point towards them.
And it was weird.
There was an altercation.
Yep.
Where was the altercation?
Right.
What was that?
And
It brings me back to that bar. I never paid attention until it was pointed out.
Yeah, he was hot about something.
That man was mad about something.
Yep.
Wait, and they were stopping him from confronting John. I believe that.
Oh,
they didn't say, "Are you coming over here?" Because okay, they stopped me in the bar, but if you come into the house, we gonna settle this.
Yeah.
So okay, so that just mean like Brian Albert was like, you know what, we're not gonna do this here. We're gonna go to the house, y'all gonna box it out like men, and then we're gonna call it a day. So they went in their basement to box it out like men.
Knock that nigga out.
You know, a lot of people think that, Brianna.
They do think that.
A lot of people think that's what happened.
I mean, he was clearly in the house. He walked 70-something feet. He's not standing in place on the curb walking 70-something feet.
He was
in the cold. He was in the house.
In the house. And the fact that Ian Whitman tried to fool us and tell us that the signal, it stopped here. Well, what about that other signal?
Period.
By Ian Whitman. I'm not playing. Ian, you know, in fact, I pray I don't see Ian Whitman or Jessica Hyde again. Somebody did like a little compilation of like funny moments from trial, and like they would have Jessica Hyde just sprinkled through the person. But she'd come in, she'd pop out of nowhere talking about, and say you have chicken. But you don't
she was wild for that analogy.
It was just so random because I got so lost in her food conversation. I was lost.
You weren't the only one.
I was lost. Hold up. Alice says, I think John fell. He hit his head on the weight bench thingy as they fought. Cora Jean is hilarious. Attacked John O'Keefe and they freaked out. Y'all know, I just keep going back with like they, I don't know if he would have been John, but they could have done something for him.
Yeah.
They could have. I think that to hear that he was alive for hours after whatever happened to him. He could have been safe. He may not have ever recovered because I think the neurosurgeon said he couldn't have, his injury was not something he could have worked on. But I don't know.
And how was the blood on top of the snow?
That's a good question.
I don't understand that, because if he bled out before the snow even fell, then how would it be on top of the snow?
I guess Canton don't have gravity because the vomit was everywhere.
Oh, period.
It was everywhere. Gravity just doesn't work in Canton.
It can't. And then it was like sprinkles of blood too. It wasn't even like a big pool. But he supposed to have lost like, I think like they said like 2 liters or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So where was the big blood at? Like it should have been a spot where there was like a lot of blood, I feel like. But
well, in search of
No.
searched the house, so
Exactly.
I mean, so at this point, if we hold on, I'm trying to see what she said. Okay, I had to see what Ash said because y'all know that's our little scientist. She said the brain fractures just tell me it wasn't just a hit and fall. Do y'all remember the way Miss Tattoo Sleeve explained it? How there were so many contusions in his head. She said so many she lost count.
Dang, I don't remember her. You keep bringing her up, and I've been thinking,
I
like, who
love
is
her
she?
merch. We went and watched her on break one day. You may not be knowing.
it's the tattoo lady that I thought that she was examining tattoos, but she really got tattoos.
It just says a sleeve.
It's like, dang.
Wait a minute, she was the one that didn't really like look like she was dressed for court.
Yes, and she had on a dress, but I think
but she had her arms out. That's the reason why everybody was like,
she had her arms out. Yes.
Okay.
And after every question, she would go, and then it'll be the brain. She have her head like lifted up after every question. Oh, I'm sorry. Ash said, not the skull, the goddamn brain. Yes.
I just don't know how the like Commonwealth is going to arrest their case off of this. Like, you hadn't proven anything.
Off him.
No.
Okay, let's do a poll. I need to figure out how to put my poll in here. But just asking you guys, how do you guys feel right now? Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let me see if I can figure it out. I know it's on here somewhere. Let me figure out my poll. But a 1 for guilty, a 2 for not guilty. How are y'all feeling right now?
2 not guilty.
Not guilty. And I feel like, honestly, this whole, you could have rested your case Friday, because what you're doing now,
Friday.
The Commonwealth, what is his purpose?
Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, Thursday. What is this man doing besides frustrate? If I'm a jury, you're not proving me, and it's not, to me, it's not even good for the defense or the Commonwealth. Like, it's just overall bad. It's just bad. Overall.
It's just bad.
Y'all, what was the point?
Especially because
you
always I believe so too. We might get another hung jury. I hope he gave us guilty, but we might get another hung jury.
This fool gave us so much detail, I feel like, about whenever they were at Meadows and she backed up and did all this. He gave us way more detail, I feel like, than the actual scene where he's allegedly died.
So y'all know I work in finance. There's no way that you telling me, as this executive officer of this company, that you don't have a list of delinquent clients. So you know people not getting paid, baby. You know if they not. You telling me you gonna come and testify and they ain't paid you?
I don't know. Come on.
You gonna continue to spend money and you don't know if you getting paid?
It don't make sense. You flew in a whole car and you don't know if you getting paid.
Buying a car is absolutely insane. I really can't believe he did that.
Especially to do what he did.
Well, I got buying the car.
And do you know how expensive cars are now? Them interest rates.
Lexus?
Well, he didn't give a damn. I think what bothered me about buying the car was him saying, "Oh no, we Aperture paid for it," as if they weren't going to be getting their money back for paying for that car. That just pissed me off.
They better sell it for cheap, because when they put that on the market, I'm gonna go say, "You see what you did with this car? It's been an accident and everything." For discount.
Hey, but I do like how he meant. I like how he mentioned the sensors on the car breaking.
Me too. Merch. I said, did he just slip up?
He talking too much.
People had been saying that on X, and I thought it helped the defense out to say, hey, but I will say he did make it a point to kind of say for the front.
Yeah, he did.
He did kind of say that, but at least I'm happy he brought it up, because one would probably assume, I would, that if it's in the front, it's in the back too.
Yeah. Or at least some type of like trigger notification that it went off, that you almost hit something, or what, you know what I'm saying, or whatever.
Well, I'm like, Donald Lexus, they ain't got no camera in their car in the back?
Yes, they do.
So wouldn't that be a
2021?
Wouldn't that be a trigger event though? At least I would assume it would be some type of trigger event because the camera came on.
I would have thought so.
The camera came on.
My thing is, do you guys know if those cameras record?
No, I don't think
They
so.
don't, no, but they probably should. But the
Miss
fact
did
that
herself
I
for that.
learned is Karen probably just can't drive. She probably just needs to Uber places because she had 50 trigger events in 6 months. She probably just can't drive.
But they said the trigger events could be like a lot of different
It
things,
could be a
though.
lot of stuff they said, Brianna. Like
But it's true.
maybe the brakes too hard. Maybe
Went
maybe
too fast, too quick.
went too
That's
fast.
true.
Quick. Yeah, stuff like that.
But when she was driving past the church, she looked like she was driving okay.
That's why
Well, she
I
took
do.
some
I know when she drove. Are you talking about the library?
Library, my bad. Yeah.
Okay. So that's another reason that's a hang up for me. I saw someone say, "Oh, she should be convicted of manslaughter." You have to look at what the state has to prove in order to find her guilty of manslaughter. And unfortunately, we don't know what her blood alcohol level was when she was driving that car because she wasn't tested.
Yeah.
We do not know if she was driving reckless or negligent because she looked fine when she was going past the library.
Mm-hmm.
She made it home safely. She got into the driveway.
Packed
We
up.
don't have video of the driveway. We also don't know if she caused the death of John O'Keefe. So for me, I would not feel right finding her guilty.
It's too much unknown.
You know what pissed me off yesterday is that reenactment that he tried to do with the ring camera footage to say, well, she didn't really hit the car.
Oh, yes.
You can't see that. You can't tell me that you can see that.
He thought.
You can't tell me
No,
that.
he
No,
could.
we did this and that. This, no. This at night with a black car. You tell me you know every single inch.
I think, and I'll just keep saying this. My issue with Wilcher is I know he knows what he's saying is crazy, but the fact that he is up there and he's trying to stand on 10 about the foolishness is what bothers me most about him. I would have respected him so much more if the shit made sense. And I'm like, damn, hold on. But it doesn't even make sense. Because he did all of that on direct about the eye for him to come across and say, well, yeah, you're right. I don't know if that happened. I don't
really know. Sir, what do you know?
You worry about remembering what Alessi is asking him than actually answering the question.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
He's trying not to get caught up.
Yeah, you're so worried about like, okay, well, what are you saying? Because I need to say something to combat whatever you say.
Yep. I think
you didn't even let Alessi introduce himself. You started off being a smart ass. Oh,
why did he do all that?
It was so dramatic.
No,
it pissed me off.
Did you say 1,600? Oh, okay. Oh no, you mean this? You call it a wing. I call it a. What did you say? You're calling it a
spoiler.
It's a spoiler, not a wing. Like
but he called it a wing yesterday.
It depends on where you are. It's just like some people say, when I say, if I want one of my children to give me a drink, I'll say, can you go give me a drink? Some people say soda. Some people say pop.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It's
we
all the same thing.
It's all the same thing.
But he was pissing me off. I think from that moment I said, oh no. Mm-mm.
It's just but Bia, I'm wondering if he's coming off like an asshole to the jury like he is to most of us. Gotta be. You think so? That's what I can't wait to hear. There's certain witnesses I can't wait to hear, and I'm so happy I don't have to hear from that bow tie juror anymore.
The doctor?
Pee Wee Herman Jr., the bow tie man.
I thought he was okay. I thought there was.
He's a nurse.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Was he Asian? I think.
Yes.
Okay,
I don't hear from him ever again, and I'm
but he didn't believe she did it though.
I know.
It's true.
I know. It's true. He was calling stuff distractions, and I'm like, were you paying attention in trial?
No. But honestly, he probably like me because y'all pay attention to a lot more details than I do, and I be distracted. Yeah, I don't think she did it, but I'd be distracted, and I'd probably be like, "Look, I don't got."
Let me tell you, my daughter.
To me, I think Belle might need to be, sent to a system. She sound like she tired. She wore out.
Yeah, I think today she's worn out.
One person of the year need her year over. She need a new year.
Yeah. Miss J had texted me and said 1979.
That was crazy too.
Do y'all remember when Miss Hilton got up there and she had what did they have that case from? And I know law is different, but I'm just saying it gave me the same reaction, like 1942.
Like, there ain't no more recent information, sir. Come on.
I know I wasn't going to hold up, y'all. Child, they just Ashley just sent me former deputy superintendent of Norfolk County Sheriff's Office arrested and charged with extortion. Seems like corruption runs deep.
All crooked.
I just don't want to be there. I don't want to live there. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. Kia, I know he's on Fox 5. I didn't want to swap over. I'll just watch it separately. I'll watch it separately off of here. I didn't want to mix them in here. 45 to serve 20. Shit.
Jesus.
I've never heard
20 is crazy.
25 on probation. I've never in my life heard
25 years on probation is insane.
It's a setup
of it until Atlanta, until YSL. I said, damn, people are doing 15 years on probation.
And you accepted that shit?
Like, you can't even jaywalk. Like, you 25 years on probation. You might
Are we surprised? We're not surprised. That is crazy.
You gotta sit in the house for 15 years for real. Shit.
I mean, that's man, that is scary.
Yeah.
Because anything could happen. You could be wrong place, wrong time. That is crazy.
And he really accepted it.
Football numbers.
Those are.
Do y'all think he should have kept fighting it?
No.
Aaron said that allegedly there are more, and I think we all knew this. If we were hearing this, there has to be more wiretaps. She said his lawyer thought this was the best way to go based on what's on these wiretaps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he can't stop.
We was just chatting away on them damn lawyer. He was chatting away on those wiretaps.
Reckless.
Jesus, he had me. I'm telling y'all, I told you for a while after YSL, call me on FaceTime. Don't call me on FaceTime. Don't even, and I don't talk about a damn thing, okay? No, call me on FaceTime, baby. Do not call me on the regular line. I don't know who's listening. Hell, your phone could be being tapped. You're not gonna play me in court.
You
up for that Rico. You're not gonna be playing me.
Don't be looking like Capricorn up in there having to testify.
Okay, we can switch gears for a second. Did you guys hear Capricorn's testimony?
Yep.
How did you feel after? How are you feeling after listening to Capricorn's testimony, especially since you worked for them for Diddy for such a long time?
He definitely was doing that shit.
Yeah.
She may, like you said, she might have kind of liked him a little bit, but he definitely was doing all that heinous ass shit.
Yeah, he was. And I feel like, sometimes people are like, you need to come in polished when you understand. But I feel like she was really her authentic self, and it just came off more.
Oh, they said she was cussing up a storm on that stand. Long crime young lady, because I typically watch them every day. I read the transcripts and then I go listen to them because she's in the courtroom. And she said, well, of all the witnesses, I think she was the most profane. They said Capricorn saying whatever. When Diddy said, you motherfucking bitches ain't getting shit, she said Capricorn said every last bit of that on it.
She want to make sure you knew what he said.
She was hanging with Suge Knight, baby. I believe.
Come on. She a thug.
Yeah. Baby, Capricorn. But I will say that it is like how Miss J said, it's really like, what is it about Diddy that really just draws people in? Have y'all seen Low Down Dirty Shame before? Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, in the movie, do you remember at the end when she started taking her shirt off when Rock found her in the basement And he was like, what is it about you that just drives men crazy? I feel like it has to be something like that with Diddy.
I think it's power,
What is
money.
it? It draws people in. But that's
Yeah.
my favorite movie, T. We can go line for line in that movie, and I'm going in. Like, I don't think it's that he's a trick summer. I think it's so much more than that. I really do think outside of him just being a shitty person, I think people admire his work ethic, his ear, his attention to detail, how he exudes, before we knew all this, Black excellence. And I think people see it. I saw it before I knew all this. I saw it and you're like, oh my God, but what is it for people that knows because I didn't know he was a shitty person.
I'm a self-proclaimed therapist.
Go, girl.
I'm the Shannon of therapy.
Go.
And I just believe, it's so complicated and it's so layered. Like, I feel like people can really get into these situations because they get built up, right? Like, it's more than just like the money and the security, but you get built up and then something happens. It's like, nah, but I've known the person, they've done and gone and above and beyond for me. And that's how they build their like loyalty. And people just, I don't know. Like, you really have to be, drugs don't help.
Yeah.
You really have to be like, people really fall for that. Just like, I don't even want to talk about that girl, but that girl that was on Dr. Phil, I don't really want to say her name, but she was like, I think about like, wow, wouldn't I leave my baby daddy after just because I had a black guy?
I didn't see that, but I saw a clip and I said, Lord, that baby needs some therapy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She was almost like, well, I hit him too. I said,
yeah.
Let me tell you,
y'all both belong to jail.
I stand by it. If you ever feel like you're gonna hit me, babe, walk out my door and never call me again. Because
Please.
I'm not about to be playing these games.
None.
I am not. I'm not going to do that, but I do understand, Shay, and I do understand it's very complex. And I think I wish more people would give Cassie grace when they're talking about her, because it is a complex situation.
Classic victim mentality.
It is.
Yes.
Have you ever been in a job where you don't even like your boss, but you want to please them so that they can be like,
no.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in the job,
people do.
You like, I don't really like this person. Like, they get on my nerves. But when they compliment you in your work, you're like, okay, they did feel good. No, okay.
But that's what it was, though. People go through that all the time.
That's kind of what it is.
Take the managers out and just say, have you ever been on a job? When you do something well on a job, you're like, okay, you get a bonus.
I say manager because it's about power too.
It's a power dynamic. Yep.
It's a power dynamic.
That's probably
not y'all leaving me by myself.
That's probably why I'm not with them three.
Thank you, Glitchy. It's more like an
why I'm not at that job anymore.
You were sick of that shit.
Yeah.
I tell you, even the compliments would piss me off. Like, don't tell me I did a good job. Like, toxic probably, but I do get what you're saying.
He could just find the right ones, and he knew what to do. But I knew that man was a devil since making the band.
I never let him. Y'all, I can't even remember the cheesecake walk and what happened. I didn't know what happened. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, he was bad with Danny Kane too, and Day 26.
And the men, like, he literally had the men singing to love songs to each other. Is that not crazy?
Girl, at the top of their lungs. You hear me?
Fighting over a bed. Girl.
Fighting over a bed. I gotta go watch it again.
You can't find it nowhere.
You can't find it anywhere?
Not full episodes. You see like little clips on YouTube and stuff, but I ain't never been able to find the full episodes.
Erica's gonna say this every time. The cheesecake was for Beyonce. Every time you get cheesecake, she's gonna tell you it was for Beyonce. But I'm gonna probably look at some clips because I remember the show, but I don't remember the show.
And I was on that heavy.
Yeah. There was.
She said we all heard it after you did the dramatic reading. Listen, but Brianna told us, guys, that is it Hulu?
Hulu
has has characters actually playing people from the trial and reading the transcript. I think it might be entertaining. I might need to
It's so
apply.
funny.
That might be pretty good.
It's funny. You gotta have you a little drink with it because it's so funny.
Is it from day one, or are they picking certain
It's
parts?
not. They picking parts that they feel like are some of the more important parts, and they have Sonny from The View, and then they have this defense lawyer to like talk on behalf of Diddy and his perspective, and then they have Ray to talk about the perspective of possibly the jury of like people of like the public opinion. But it's funny.
Ash, I don't know who I would play. I don't know who I would
Just
play.
throw on a wig and play them all.
I like how you thinking. That's why you my girl. I like how you thinking right there. She said throw on a wig and just play them all. But I don't know. You know, with Cassie's testimony and Black Sheep just said something. He said it's not about Diddy. It's about Easy Prey. Oh, Ash. I think Capricorn might be my best bet because you would say, I like to cuss a little.
Nah, Hilton got to play Capricorn. Let Hilton go play Capricorn.
Oh my God. Y'all, what does Hilton have on today?
Probably some.
I kept saying, Brianna told me about it over the weekend. Hilton better not be up there with a red suit on. I know that much.
They matching today, y'all.
I hope they retired the red. Of course, she said I got the objection down pat. Look, listen, I hope they have retired the red. I'm never going to forgive her. It might be 20 years from now before I forgive Hilton for their closing. Hilton has on green. People who have low self-esteem will admire anyone because they don't admire themselves. I agree with that.
I definitely think it's a recipe that starts it from childhood trauma to early adulthood, and then it just keeps going. Like it's a whole recipe to be able to become that person.
I think I tell parents this all the time. It is so important for you to pour into your children and for your children to understand that you are their safe space regardless of what's going on. Now, Mariah is so much better, but I know my son. I know I get on his nerves because, child, I want to know what's going on in middle school. Everything. I like what's going on with the girls. What are kids talking about in middle school? You should have those relationships because when you raise insecure children, they grow up to be insecure adults.
Yep.
And everyone has some sort of insecurity, right? But I'm just talking about overall when it comes to their self-esteem and how they feel. Everything that happens in childhood is going to manifest in adulthood. So you really have to just make sure you are pouring into your kids because I don't know. I mean, I just keep thinking about her parents. Like, dang, you probably thinking your child is living a life and she's going through hell.
Yeah, but he got her young and was able to mold her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Getting her young was key.
Wow.
And I wish people would see that.
Yep.
Bia, don't upset me. Bia sent me, what is her name? Savannah. Savannah said, my parents are coming home. Thank you, President Trump, for letting my parents out.
Girl.
Oh my God.
For letting my parents out. Justice prevail.
Get on my damn nerve.
But I kind of like them. I like
them. A lot of
people
do.
I used to watch that show, child. I used to watch that show all the time because I'm just gonna be real. I never understood Julian Todd, child. I thought he was she was his beard for a long time.
And it is.
He's probably mad. He don't want to come home. He loves her, having his way.
I did, but they coming home. But did you guys see when Trump was like way too harsh? They were way too harsh on them. I said they literally stole from the government. What are we doing here?
He did the same thing. He's fraud.
So he don't see nothing wrong with it.
Right.
He said, let him go. She said, I'll never forgive her. I'm taking it to my grave. Wait a minute, Missy. What they do? Hold on, let me scroll up.
But why he get that lady that broke into the Capitol all that money, their family that got killed?
What?
They got like, he gave them like $5 million. That Lauren Bobbitt or whatever her name is.
The girl who broke into the
Yes, and got killed. He done gave their family like $5 million.
damn the Capitol. I'm finna start a riot. My taxpayer dollars.
You sit your black tail right there.
I'm finna start a riot, Brianna. Damn Canty. Who's with me?
None of us.
Y'all too quiet. Y'all too quiet. Y'all see how people, when they on movies and they like, and who's gonna be out there? And they turn around, nobody has their hand up.
Crickets.
Nobody. Not your boy Glitchy talking about, oh God, Brianna. Damn, friend.
Look, I just closed his laptop.
Said somebody called Mel's sister. We finna.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I think they said try back. Hold up. Let me go. I think they said they bad. Oh, y'all know I hate going to Law and Order.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, Law and Crime.
All right, y'all. I'll see you on the end.
See y'all later. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get up here. Thank you, Erica. Oh, God. I hate to go to crime, y'all. Right now, I see everything except Karen Reed. Oh, well, I see the fan on Law and Crime, but they're not on yet. I just really hate that for John. That's so terrible. As you might need to, friend. I just want to die. What? Are y'all talking about this music? Because why is somebody talking about, why does this sound like Shamin, you telling on yourself? Shamin telling on herself. Look at Gwen telling on herself. Y'all telling on yourselves in this chat. Oh, there go Mary. Mary said add her to the bunch. Mary said add her to the bunch. Frenchie, it's been a whole lot of mess. We're finally on cross, but we're not really oh, that's so nice, Ashley. We're not even like in the meat and potatoes of the cross. Bia, you see this chat? It's 152. 152, and this chat going left already. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna leave the music off. I don't want to get y'all excited in the chat. Ash, I am tired. This chat is really unhinged, and y'all wonder why they always talking about us. They always talking about us, child. Y'all, let me tell you, somebody just put Tootsie Roll in here. When I tell you Nancy Grace is literally unhinged, when y'all, why I'm watching her show yesterday, she popped out of nowhere with a Tootsie Roll. She would not let Diddy and the Tootsie Roll go. I mean, just pop out of nowhere, stared at the camera, and just held up the Tootsie Roll. Let me see if I still got the picture. I put it on my Insta story. Y'all, I said, this lady is out of her mind. Do I still have it? No, y'all. Nancy Grace is out of her mind. She is out of her mind. I mean, when I told my daughter, I said, girl, can you imagine? Someone filed a lawsuit, and the lady said that he raped her. She said that once he took his pants down and she saw that his penis was the size of a Tootsie Roll, she said she wasn't as scared anymore. So now Nancy Grace just sits on her camera and she's just like, Diddy and the Tootsie Roll. Come on. I mean, she just sits on her show, and I mean, she just literally just popped out of nowhere with a Tootsie Roll. I love Nancy Grace. Y'all know how she talks. That's what she did. She just popped up. And Daddy, I am hearing he's not happy about the Tootsie Roll. That's how she talks. Love Nancy, but I just can't believe that lady is just popped up with a Tootsie Roll. Why would she do that? Y'all was laughing so hard. Girl, I love her. Baby, she is crazy. Nancy, let me see if it's on my Insta story before they come back. Y'all, I'm not lying. I was watching her yesterday, and I said this lady is unhinged. There's no way. Look, hold up. Let me hold it. Damn, hold up. Let me just take a screenshot because it keep trying to leave. There's no way this lady was on the stand talking about Tootsie Roll. Why do you have Tootsie Rolls just there? Look at her. Hold up. Okay. Why does she have a Tootsie Roll? You can barely see it. Do I need to cut the lighting down or something? Okay, there we go. Why? I'm telling y'all, this lady is unhinged. Why? What did I do to capture? Who was capture? I didn't do anything to anybody. What happened? Yeah, that lady is crazy. I cut the lighting down, Gabrielle. I cut the lighting down, and then it worked. I'm trying to see what I do to capture. Hold up, Mel gonna have to see me because I'm sick of it. What happened? I'm trying to see what happened. What happened, friend? T, I think I'm gonna share it on my story because I don't know whose stuff that is. I don't have time for them trying to come flag me, mess with me. It's beef with Nancy over Karen Reed. What Nancy say about Karen Reed, y'all? Baby T sent me a video. I gotta post it with two kids fighting, and one of them had a blue croc, wearing the other one out with the croc. They had to be about 3 or 4. Oh, that's Gates' girlfriend? I don't know what's going on in this chat now. Gaither's girlfriend captured with low mad at me for some reason. What's going on in the chat? Y'all talking about corn. I can't keep up with this chat. There's 20 conversations going on. I saw I was in the Lord You Knows chat. When I tell you, I always pray for growth, but I don't know what I'm going to do if my chat gets to 12,000 people in here at one time. Babe, y'all might just be on the live and see the screen just go completely blank. Captures Gaither's girlfriend. I don't know what y'all talking about. Rhea, I'm lost. And I don't know what they talking about. Because capture, why these people that gave you to Gaither? They done gave you to Gaither. When I saw 1,000 waiting, I lost it. Bia, the Lawyer You Know's chat is crazy. But Emily Baker, I think, girl, her chat popped up on my thing. 50,000 in the chat. 50,000. I'm like, oh my God. You know, I think once I get to that point, I'm gonna definitely have to like find creative ways, because I think my favorite part is the chat. And sometimes I really do want to see what the chat is talking about. I would have to really work hard to not look at the chat so much, because I think that would give me anxiety to see all of those chats and you cannot respond in. I try to, like, you know, if it's 5 comments, I'm responding to one, or I can see what's being said. He does it. He handles it really well, though. He handles it really well. Actually, I think one of the things about this chat that is a little different is it's not so many of us. And, you know, one of the things that I love about this chat, and again, God, I'm not saying I don't want growth. Don't take this as I don't want growth, okay? But one of the things that I am saying is I love how personable I am in this chat. Thank you, Natasha, for becoming a member. Like, I thank you, Natasha. I just love how personable the chat is, right? I see Ash came in a little later. And Jasmine, like, hey, Ash, hey, you know, we're so used to seeing each other. It does feel like a family. And, you know, one of the things with getting bigger in streaming, you're not going to be able to do that. Child, I was on Twitch just playing around trying to learn the app. I clicked on Funny Mics. He had 28,000 people in the chat. The chat was going by so goddamn fast, I couldn't even read one comment. I could not read one comment. And that's something that I personally will have to prepare myself for. I don't know. Maybe they have medication for it or something, because that's it. Gabrielle, I think that's what I love most about here. Such a helpful community, right? It's very helpful. And it's not just like this is Melanie's chat. This is our community chat. And when people in the community see that something doesn't fit the vibe of the chat, they're gonna let it be known, and that person is gone. Because I love that about us. We over here talking, we're trying to figure it out, we're watching together. So, you know, yes, I do want my channel to keep growing, right? It has grown from September to now. I'm almost at 10,000 subscribers. My community has grown, and I know that comes with growth, but I'm always going to look for ways to keep it intimate as much as possible. Oh, Miss T, I do know I wasn't going to look at it on here. I wasn't going to look at it on this live because we did Karen Weed kind of talk about Diddy. So yeah. Well, Erin is watching, so she's been telling us too. She said it's 10-minute recess. Erin and Jasmine telling us, thank both of you guys. I got a 10-minute recess while Paige decides the sentence. Please slap him in the face again. Please slap him in the face again. Maybe he's gonna get time served. Maybe she's gonna give him 5 years to serve. Man, that's a lot of time. I don't know. 45 years. 45 years when Funny is out here just doing ignorant shit. That's crazy. Okay, I don't miss any of them. It's on Fox 5, Jaleesa. Kika talking about her silk press. No, she said Hilton and her slang talk. I thought somebody just said a silk press pissed them off. Was I saying things? Jasmine said that. Okay. I think I do realize that this, you know, YSL was a hard trial. There was a lot of pressure. I always just have a problem with people who don't like to stay within the bounds of the law and you try to bend things. I have a problem with that. Child, I don't miss any of them. I don't miss anyone from YSL, Paige included. I don't miss anyone because Paige pissed me off a lot of the times. I really do think she could have stopped this trial, gave those people a mistrial with prejudice, and those boys could have gone home. She just refused to do that, especially after the stuff with Judge Glanville. I will never forget how she said she didn't find anything wrong with what he did. Yes, you did. I'm never forgiving Paige for that. That trial could have been gone. It could have been over. No. And I'm never going to forgive her for how she did Kayla on that stand. I don't care what anybody says. She treated Kayla like Kayla was a criminal. Kayla is another attorney. She's an officer of the court. Her taking that security, whoever he was, word over Kayla's, I think it was because she personally didn't like things about Kayla. I'm not gonna forget that with Paige. I'm happy the case ended the way it did, but she's not somebody that's not somebody I miss and somebody I root for. No. And Moontoon. I'm not gonna forget how she did Moontoon. Think about this. The shit with Moontoon was so crazy. If you would have gave him a year, but 5 years, I don't even think he should have gotten any time because, in my opinion, he tried. I do believe he tried to testify. I think I personally, if you before and y'all know before he started talking to me on TikTok, I used to say like he looks like he's struggling. He really doesn't understand this stuff, and it clearly looked like his attorney did not explain it to him, and I do think that's an issue. He did, Jasmine. His lawyer's to blame for this too, but she could tell the man was struggling to read some of this stuff, but he was really trying. They set him up. Miss Love Smith. Here you go. Tell me what else is wrong. Go ahead, tell me what else you don't agree with. I knew she was setting him up. He tried, and Paige should have seen that. That's like she's a problem for me. Oh, Misty Williams. She is not a friend, Erin. She ain't my damn friend. Paige and her she's not my friend. She should have let everyone go, Eric. And Ebony, the fact that she didn't, bye. Especially after Glenville. She should have let everybody go home. Yeah, his lawyer too. I agree with that too, Glenn. And we don't even get on Adrian and her cankle. No offense to anybody who has cankle. This specifically for Adrian. Adrian and her cankle for the head.
Go ahead, Mr. Lassie, whenever you're ready.
Just take a moment, Your Honor, to reorient. I'll be right. Good afternoon, Dr. Welcher.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Same. We had left off talking about some examples of Newton's second law and the application of it in the parlance of force equals mass times acceleration. And I now want to continue on with that discussion. It is correct that you can conduct a force analysis on any part of the body, correct?
It's more difficult on internal with live people. Like if you wanted like my appendix, I really necessarily couldn't.
Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system, the outside bones. You can conduct a force analysis
So your
on any
bones are
bone.
on the inside.
Sir, if I could finish my question, please. You can conduct a force analysis on any bone in the body, correct?
More or less, yes.
So the force analysis I use as a synonym with Newton's second law is not exclusive to the head, correct? You can do it on other bones in the body, correct?
Correct.
On direct examination, your direct examination here, you did not present a force calculation representing what you allege to be contact between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you?
Correct.
Why didn't he do it?
And nowhere in your report do you present a force calculation for Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, do you?
Correct. We didn't have enough information to do it.
What?
We're going to get to that. Now, given that you stated that, quote, determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy, end quote, is the job of a biomechanical engineer, you must have conducted several force calculations related to accidents involving humans in your career, correct?
Hundreds.
Hundreds. Now, you didn't present a force calculation in your materials, as you've stated on direct, with regard to the arm, and I'll include in the right arm going from the shoulder all the way to the tip of the hand. Okay, so that's my definition of a right arm. You didn't present any force calculation on that part of the body of Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Correct.
Assume, and we're going to apply Newton's second law. Assume Mr. O'Keefe's hand weighed 7 pounds. So that's the M in the F equals MA.
That's not a good assumption.
Well,
Oh, God. Here
what
we go.
number would you like to apply for an M for the hand of Mr. O'Keefe? I'll take any number you got.
Just the hand?
Just the hand.
Oh, the whole arm of Mr. O'Keefe weighs approximately 12 pounds.
Okay, fair enough. So the whole arm is either from the shoulder down to the tip of the fingers is about 12 pounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So assume that the Lexus SUV was traveling at 20 miles an hour. All right? Under your theory going backwards, 20 miles an hour. And the third variable I'd like to give you is to assume an impact window of 10 milliseconds.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. Here comes some math. Hold on.
Can you calculate the G's of force from that data?
You need more information.
Well, let me ask you this. What more information would you need?
So we talked about the glancing impact.
I'm talking about a force calculation of an impact, not as to whether it's glancing or not.
So you want a direct head-on impact in the arm, not a glancing hit to where the Lexus comes in, hits the arm, and they continue off together?
I'd like to start with that, but just so we can hopefully expedite it for the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to want to get to what you have depicted in your diagram of holding the arm out. And that's not a glancing impact. Is that, sir, with the right arm in parallel with the back of the Lexus?
Yes, it is. So really I'm sorry, let me finish, please. What you're concerned about is where the center of mass is. With the center of mass out towards the corner of the car, that becomes a glancing contact. So you don't have a center of mass contact, you have a glancing contact.
Okay, fair enough. So let's start the first force calculation.
I need my calculator.
I'm going to let him use his calculator.
Sure.
Okay,
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
go ahead.
So let's take a scenario where it's a center of impact,
Center of mass.
center of mass impact, right?
Okay.
Impact to the right arm.
Okay.
Let's start with that one.
Okay. And you want me to use like a 10 millisecond?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, be conservative. Yeah, let's use a 10 millisecond
Yeah.
for the impact window.
Y'all, this is awkward as hell. This is awkward as hell. Thank you, Jasmine. Y'all, this is so awkward. Hope Alessi has the answer already. Child, no erase. Y'all, this is so awkward. What the freak? What? Yeah, he's doing this on purpose, but I don't know. Just some different math. I'm sure it's not 2 plus 2.
Okay, question?
What do you get for F of force in the F equals M times A calculation?
About 2,188 pounds. I made a triangular crash pulse assumption.
Right, and if you took the milliseconds in half, become less conservative, would you end up doubling the 2188 number?
If you cut it in half, you would double, yes.
Exactly, through a simple mathematical semi-algebraic application of the numbers, correct? You divide.
Correct. We're doing a little simplification in terms of the crash
Yeah.
pulse shape, but generally, yes.
Right. So, but let's take the conservative number, the lower number, 2188 that you came up with. Do you know from the literature, as you did with the head, you went to the literature and said, this is how much pounds of force the F you would get to have to cause a break at the occipital bone. Do you know from the literature how much force it would take to break an arm bone?
I have an idea, yes.
What is your idea?
So for a distributed load, such as this, not a concentrated load, you're going to need somewhere between, I've seen, and this is for cadaver tests, a low of like 2,500, maybe a little lower, to a high of 7,000.
Sir, you have switched, haven't you? We're talking about center mass impact. Did you, in your calculation, just switch to a side swipe impact to do your calculation?
No.
I'm asking about a center of mass impact. How much force would you need? Let's start with the hand. Maybe it's a simpler one. Do you know how much force it takes to break, any of the hand bones, you know what I'm referring to, the phalangeals?
Yes.
The metacarpals, and the carpals?
Correct.
How much pounds of force do you need to break any one of those bones?
Actually, I didn't find any distributed loading on the amount of force. I don't know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm asking, do you know from the literature, not a calculation? Doesn't the literature tell you? Can't you go to the literature like you did with the head and you say, okay, to break the occipital bone, the literature says you need a minimum amount of force of this. I'm asking you the same question for the hand. If you don't know, it's okay, but do you know what the literature says for how much force is needed to break a bone in the hand?
So for a distributed load across the hand, there are distributed load tests that show you need over 300 Gs on the arm to do that. So it would depend on the mass of the hand.
What is the range of force that you would need to break a bone in the hand? Do you know from the literature? If you don't, that's okay.
Just say it.
I could probably figure it out.
How long would it take you to figure it out? Do you know from the literature what that number is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Is 300 to 400 pounds of force sound right from the literature that it would take to break a bone in the hand?
For a distributed load,
Yes.
such as the taillight, no.
No, not a distributed load.
Please,
A load from a motor vehicle going backwards.
Right, that's a distributed load.
Right. So you're saying 300 to 400 pounds of force would not be enough to break any bone in the hand. Is that your answer?
So for a flat distributed load, like hitting the taillight, you're gonna need higher.
How about another part of the back of the vehicle?
Y'all, this is crazy.
I guess if you hit on the very corner and it wasn't a distributed impact, like if you had a more concentrated impact,
Yes.
that could increase or decrease the amount of force required?
How much would it decrease it from the number you gave?
Depends on what you're hitting, what it's made out of.
The
Contact
Lexus
area.
SUV, let's assume,
Period.
I'm sorry,
Celeste, can you repeat the question, please?
absolutely, thank you. Let's assume we're talking about this Lexus SUV,
Mhm.
right? But let me back up. You don't know where exactly, under your theory, that there was a contact. You don't know, when you testify to on direct, you don't know exactly where that point of contact is.
Correct,
You don't know.
except it's on the taillight.
Well, you're saying it's on the taillight, but you didn't observe any impact yourself personally, right?
Did I
say-
see Miss Reed's Lexus?
You didn't see the impact, correct?
That is correct.
So, and there is no firsthand witness that saw, under your view, that a collision occurred. There's no witness to say where the arm was, correct?
There's no person that saw it.
Right. And you have chosen a point of contact, okay? You chose that for your analysis, correct?
Correct?
And you picked that location, but it's also possible that under your theory that a collision occurred, that that arm could have been impacted any part of the back of the vehicle. That's possible, isn't it?
That's not probable, no.
I'm asking, is it possible?
Anything is possible. I don't deal in possibilities, I deal in probabilities. It's not probable.
So, but you don't know exactly where the point of impact was.
So within the range of the light and the exact angle of the hand, no, I don't. What I do know is at the rear tail light area.
So your assumption is that it had, that because there's a tail light that is altered, it must have been by Mr. O'Keefe's arm. That's your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is there are tail light fragments, a broken glass, lacerations to his arm, and his DNA on the back of the vehicle in the area of the tail light.
Sir, and Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the DNA part of that answer for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to strike it.
Okay, so you're making assumptions. You're taking what you view to be certain data, and you're coming to a conclusion, but that is based upon circumstantial information, correct? Is that fair?
Are you calling like pieces of the tail light at the scene around his body circumstantial information?
Sir, let me go to the force and then
None
go
of
back to
this
the
is
force
too
analysis.
damn much.
Let's go back to the numbers. I want to stay on, if we can, just the calculation. So let's go back to the minimum amount of force you understand from the literature that it takes to break any bone in the arm from the finger up. Let's start with a hand. What's the minimum amount of force that can be applied to break a bone in the hand?
So it depends on the loading. So I don't actually know. In terms of the forearm,
This is on.
I can tell you there's data that shows up to 300 Gs of loading, you will not get fractures. There's one up to 750 Gs showing no fractures for a male of similar height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's take those numbers,
Okay.
okay? You said 300 and 750. Did I hear it correctly?
You did?
Okay, that's the numbers you gave that would break a bone, correct?
So the 300 actually didn't break any bones, I believe. The 750, the one example, didn't break a bone, but as you got above 350, you started to break bones.
So as
300.
you got above 350,
300.
above 300, yeah, because that's what I thought you said the first time. You got above 300, you start to get breaking bones, correct?
Correct.
And so if you take that 300 number and compare it to the 2,188 pounds of force, you have 7 times the amount of force necessary to break the bone, correct, in the force analysis?
No. If you take 300 Gs times a 12-pound arm, you get 3,600 pounds. The calculation you asked me to run earlier gave you 2,188 pounds.
This is
So you are
the math alone.
1,412 pounds above the force required. Like the tolerance is 1,412 pounds above the force you would say get in a 20-mile-an-hour impact in terms of the fracture forces.
Let's do it this way.
I'm sorry?
Let's do it this way.
Okay.
The force that you calculated from my hypothetical of this Lexus SUV going backwards, you came up with the F number of 2,188, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't, what was the, you said, no, you said
2,180.
dyslexic? Or did you say Lexus? I didn't understand what you said.
The Lexus
My apologies.
SUV that you've been talking about,
Gotcha.
okay?
I didn't hear
You
it.
came up with a number for F for force of 2,188. Are you changing that number?
Nope.
Okay,
absolutely
so
not.
let's go with your number of force from this vehicle of 2,188. I'm just simply asking, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm of a human being? How much force, not acceleration, how much force does it take to break a bone in the right arm?
Sure. So somewhere between 2,500, the one cadaver tested the distributed load of someone of similar size and weight, and actually close in age to Mr. O'Keefe, showed
I'm really trying, guys.
about 7,000 pounds of force to break it.
Let's go to the hand. Do you disagree that the literature shows it only takes 300 to 400 pounds of force to break a bone in the hand? Do you disagree with that?
Your question's too general. I can't answer your question. It depends on the loading. If I take my pencil, which has a very fine point, and jam it through my hand, I can jam it right through my hand because it's a very small point. But if I distribute the load and a broader load, such as hitting a taillight, it takes much more force because the load's distributed across it. It's like if I sit on the corner of my bed. I might sink in this far when I sit on the corner of my bed, but what happens when I spread my load out, when I lay on my bed like this? I don't sink in as far. Has my weight changed? And weight is basically force. No, but I've distributed it over a larger area, so for a given force, you get less sinking into the mattress. So if you hit a broad surface like a taillight or a wall like this, it takes much more force than if I were to take a singular small round object and jam it into the hand. That hurts. This does not.
Okay, if you can hear my question, if it's unclear, you tell me. For not a pen, not your bed, but for a Lexus SUV of 6,000 pounds, is there any part of the back of the Lexus in any manner where you can get a break to the hand from 300 to 400 pounds of force?
Any part on the back of the Lexus?
Yes.
Probably.
Okay. So probably, your words, you can get a break to the hand from just between 300 to 400 pounds of force. That's what you just said, correct?
So you're taking the totality of the back of it, like if you got it stuck in the bumper, potentially, yeah. But from a taillight or a broad flat surface, no.
I'm not asking about a taillight. Any part of the back of an SUV, you agree that it is probable that you can get a break of the hand bones from just 300 to 400 pounds of force.
Your question is incomplete, right? You said any part of the back, but then you wanted me to not include taillights or not include the rear body panel. If you hit a very narrow part of the car, like say the edge of the tailpipe, that creates much more of a narrow contact. So force divided by area is pressure. So if you have a very tiny area, you have very high contact pressure.
This one has been confusing.
And so, but if you distribute the load over a larger area, the number on the bottom of that fraction is much bigger. So your contact pressure drops. So hitting the edge of the exhaust pipe is going to have a much higher likelihood of causing a fracture than hitting flat against the tail light.
Okay, what we're going to do to make this more efficient, excuse me, sorry. Mr. Wolf, can you pull up a slide from Mr. Wolf's or Dr. Welcher's presentation for the back of the Lexus, please? The back hatch, and Your Honor, may we publish that?
Sure. Do you know what number though, Mr. Lessis?
Mr. Wolf does, and
And
I
then
know
he'll
you
tell
need it, so
us.
he'll tell me before I publish, and then we'll give you the number.
Your Honor, may I look here?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Welcher look at his slide
Oh, sure.
here
Yeah.
instead of just up there.
The back hatch, yes. Do you have one of just the rear gate? The one measuring the height, maybe? There we go. Thank you. Okay, this is your slide presentation.
Not yours.
Is there any part of the back of
Shame
the
me too.
Lexus SUV that has that more concentrated area where if the hand hit it, 300 to 400 pounds of force could break it? Is there any part, for example, the edge of the license plates, above the license plates, the L symbol that sticks out that would be concentrated? Anything you see there, could 300 to 400 pounds of force contacting at any of those points cause a fracture of any of the bones of the hand?
So
It's always
I don't know
so.
how to show this because in the middle photograph, right where the 2 is on the license plate,
Yes.
there's a vertical edge. That area is recessed in. So if you hit right on that vertical edge, that could potentially do it.
That could do it. How about the L of for the Lexus symbol if the hand is there?
No, it's not deep enough. The compliance of the hand is just going to sink into the car.
Is there any other part other than the license plate that the force applied, you would only need 300 to 400 pounds of force to break the hand?
Maybe the exhaust pipe, and potentially if you hand your hand up near the spoiler.
Right. So now let's go from 300 to 400. Let's go to the 2188, which is your number. Use 2188. Is there any place where in 2188 force you could have a fracture of the hand on that
Yes.
back gate?
Exhausted.
Just to be clear, 2188 is the number I calculated for you. It's not, quote, my number.
I understand, but we did.
So-
I understand, but we did the calculation. Is there anywhere on the back of the vehicle where 2188 could cause a fracture of the hand?
So that was a forearm fracture tolerance I thought we were talking about, because we used the weight of the whole arm for that.
We did. And my question is there anywhere in the back of the vehicle, in your opinion, that could cause a fracture with that?
I'm sorry, what, to the hand?
To,
Just the hand or the whole arm?
I'll take any part of the right arm. You call it the hand, the forearm. Is there any part that could cause a fracture?
So probably similarly, if you got your forearm down near that transition, like,
Yeah,
I don't know if you
this
see the little dot. I'm talking about this area.
Yes. Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
So that transition between the 2 body panels,
Yes.
that could potentially do it. That's back where the reverse lights are. I'd have to look at whether, that would take it before breaking the plastic. And then, again, maybe if you hit the exhaust pipe as well, it's a much more narrow loading condition.
How about the corner of the tail?
Corner of the tail lamp. I suppose if you had just your hand on the very, very corner, potentially.
Potentially. But you didn't use any of that force analysis for this case, did you?
For the hand, no.
You didn't do it for anything. It's not for the hand.
But you did it for the head, correct?
Correct. Because that I'm able to quantify.
Mr. Alessi, that was slide 108. I just want to
I'm
keep.
sorry,
track.
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wolf.
Insane.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
This is insane.
You are aware, Dr. Welcher, that Mr. O'Keefe suffered no fractures of any kind in his hand, correct?
So there were no fractures
Yes or
noted in the
no?
autopsy report, but they didn't actually x-ray from the records I've seen, either his hand or his arm. So there was, at least according to the autopsy report, no overt fractures, but the x-rays I saw, none of them were of the arm, and the autopsy report said no sternum,
Now,
spine,
this is crazy.
I
Why
think it said
is he
torso.
doing this?
They didn't say that there were
Why
no
is he doing
fractures
this?
there.
Just say no.
Was there any evidence in the medical records that you reviewed of any indication whatsoever of a fracture in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
No,
Was there any indication whatsoever in any of the medical records you reviewed that there was a fracture of any bone in the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
not that I saw. Again, it wasn't x-rayed.
Was there any indication in the medical records and the autopsy that you say you reviewed of any fracture of any bone anywhere in the body of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes.
other than the occipital bone or the skull?
There's a couple bones in the skull that were fractured, but other than the skull, no.
Correct. So, are you aware that the medical examiner for the state of Massachusetts, Dr. Shorty Bello, performed an autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of it?
Yes,
And you're aware of it because you read the autopsy report, correct?
correct.
Are you implying, and it's a question,
Yes,
that Dr. Shorty Bello missed a fracture or didn't look properly for a
that's
fracture?
what he sound like he's saying.
No, I'm simply indicating that, for example, a hairline fracture, I didn't see any evidence that they actually x-rayed the structure, so there would be no overt evidence of that.
Oh,
There were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you are saying that the medical examiner should have x-rayed that to determine whether there was a hairline fracture? Is that your testimony?
No, you're asking me about evidence and proof of absence of fracture. So I would look for an x-ray to see if that was the case. I haven't seen any evidence of an x-ray of the arms.
So
too
it's
much
your
for someone with no
position
dog in
that on
it.
every autopsy, there should be an x-ray of every bone in the body, and that the clinical judgment of the medical examiner should not be accepted, and there should be an x-ray of every bone before a conclusion can be drawn that there's no fracture to a bone in the body of a deceased. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. Like, I'm an engineer. You're asking me about proof. And so proof is somebody looked at it, somebody took an x-ray, somebody palpated it and found a comminuted fracture. So we're talking about proof.
Sir, I didn't use proof in my question.
You asked me about the opinion of a medical examiner. I'm not a medical.
Girl, not they arguing. Hold up.
Mr. Leslie, let him finish, and then you can ask the question.
Your Honor, I hadn't finished my question.
Okay, then finish your question, Dr. Welcher. Wait for the question. Then let Dr. Welcher respond. It's a nightmare for them.
I understand, and I think I've been doing that, but I'll redouble my efforts. Dr. Welcher, I didn't use proof in my question. I'm going to repeat the question. Is there any indication in any medical record, autopsy report of the deceased of any fracture of any bone in the body?
That was not your original question, but to answer your question, no. Except for the skull.
Welcher.
Except for the skull.
Correct.
Welcher. I'm sick of him, baby. Get him off the stand.
Do you understand whether the absence of any fractures other than the skull of Mr. O'Keefe was of significance to the medical examiner, Dr. Scorty Bello, in the conclusion she reached in the autopsy report that you read? Did you read the conclusions of Dr. Scorty Bello in the autopsy?
I believe so.
Are you aware of whether Dr. Scorty Bello has analyzed whether the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe are inconsistent or consistent with a motor vehicle impact? Are you aware of any analysis to that effect?
So I'm going to see you on this one.
Y'all, this is too much for me to take over here. I know I said he'd probably be here until lunchtime tomorrow. He'll probably be here until the end of the day tomorrow because he won't even he can't get through simple questions. Did you hear him just tell Leslie? That's not what you asked me at first. Ashley, I don't know why she won't step in. Mia, hard liquor, okay? At this point, bring me some whiskey. Okay, Mia, I might need some whiskey at this point because this is absolutely insane. Victoria, today all of that's going to be debunked. I don't think the jury is going to like him because he just seems I've been trying. I just don't like Dr. Welcher. Ash the hell I need an edible now. Ash, it ain't that bad now. It ain't that bad you need an edible friend. It's not that bad. Alice, seemed like we need to have a club popping tonight. And I won't smoke the hookah, but I'll put it beside me to give you the vibes. Baby, we might need to do it because this is terrible. Megan said I need to smoke. Y'all, just imagine how the jury is feeling because remember, they can't make faces. They can't make faces. And just imagine if they up there like this. I'd probably be moving in my seat. Oh, I could see me now like, oh my God, it's just too much. Victoria, how is he? The question should have been no. I saw no evidence of a fracture. Trying to say, well, they didn't do any x-rays or anything. Baby, that's not your business. You're going to say, I saw no evidence of a fracture. Because after all, your work is evidence-based, right? You gather information. If there is no proof that they took an x-ray, then there is no evidence. I'm playing new edition. Forrest, please don't get in trouble in Kansas, okay? No, like if there's no evidence, it's kind of similar to like when I was a union steward. There was this one area, guys. No manager would put documentation for this one area. So when people would come in with low evals, I would say, well, I'm automatically going to get you raised there because I know your manager does not have the reviews for this particular piece, right? When managers would try to argue it, guess what? It's your word against theirs. And this is based on evidence, the documentation. You don't have it. So that person would automatically get whatever I put in that area because there's no evidence. It's no evidence. When there is no evidence of something, you can't just make it up, right? It can't come from out of nowhere. And the fact that he's saying, well, they didn't take x-rays. It doesn't matter if they didn't take it. If there's no evidence, then it wasn't. It was not a fracture. Hey, Krona, if there's no evidence, there's no evidence. That's just it. We are in the court. You don't get to just, well, they didn't do x-rays and then try to say, well, I'm not an ME. I'm not a doctor now. You don't want, well, then why are you doing this? Because how do you know they didn't perform something to ensure? Then he pulled out hairline fracture. Yes, Victoria. Why would he pull out hairline fracture? Kellen, this is hard to watch. It's hard to listen to. It's hard to watch everything. Why would he pull a hairline fracture out of his ass? I hadn't heard one person bring up a hairline fracture. Why are you bringing up a hairline fracture? What is the point? Why would he do such a thing? I believe this, Gwen. She said, Alessi is very good at getting the jurors' attention with the way he uses the volume of his voice. Yes, he will make you look at him. He commands the attention. Brashana, that's not what you asked me at first. How would you know? You too busy trying to prove a point and do whatever it is you want to do. Frenchie, you know that's too much like, right? Aaron, I don't know if you could or if you couldn't, but I hadn't heard one person bring up a hairline fracture. Why would he? Pretty, don't bother. Just watch from wherever you are. Watch from wherever you are. Talking about, I'm missing it all. This man is terrible. The less, the better. You already got a lot going on, Aaron. Watch from wherever you are. Don't put yourself through this. But that's the thing. It's like he's working hard. He is working double time to disprove what he's saying. And like, this is your line of work. This stuff should be easy for him to say. And it's not. It's almost 3:00. And I can tell you this. I know Bev is sick of the bullshit. I can hear it in her voice. Nikki, the same thing we're thinking. The same thing we're thinking. Get this man off of this stand. Get him off of the stand. Well, CJ says, seems like this witness doing what he was paid for while on the stand, in my opinion, and I'd have to agree with you. He is doing what he's paid to do, right? But CJ, here's the thing. He's doing what he's paid to do. We're going to give you that because I do agree. He is. Is it helping? He's paid to help them explain their theory. Has he done that? Has he thoroughly explained the theory? Because the fact that he and Alessi keep having this back and forth, he's coming off like Yuri. He's coming off like Yuri to me. He is earning his money, but he's coming off like Yuri. I do not believe Yuri came off as a likable person, as a credible person. And this man being an expert, arguing back and forth, like now you're trying to throw the me under the bus. I don't think he's coming off as the expert they wanted. I think that's it. I do believe he's doing the best he can to make that money, but is he effective? I don't know. Yes, I do, Ash. If he would just answer the questions, he is worse than Yuri Shannon. I told you he's the worst witness I think they've had. If anything, he's placed more doubt. I agree with that too. You think Brendan is loving me? Brendan can't love the way this is going. Well, Kellen, he just proved you can be an expert. I saw someone on the show that he'll probably get so many more jobs after what he's doing in this trial.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, I would like to talk now about your paint exercise.
Not his paint exercise.
You did not present, as you have stated, a force calculation with regard to the arm. You did a paint exercise. And what I want to do is to reference, and if we need to bring it up, sir, to refresh you, slides 103 to 120 of your PowerPoint presentation in this trial. I'll just call it the blue paint exercise. Is that descriptive enough for you to know what I'm talking about?
No. It's not an exercise, it's a test.
Okay, you want to call it a blue paint test?
Sure.
Okay, let's call it a blue paint test. I just want to try to expedite things and use parlance that we can agree on.
Okey-doke.
So your blue paint test involved painting the right rear taillight blue, correct?
Correct.
Positioning the test subject behind the taillight, correct?
Correct.
With the arm held out, correct?
Correct.
And at a right angle, correct?
Correct.
And then the vehicle, the Lexus SUV, is backed into the test subject, correct?
So I ran 3 different tests.
I know. Well, let's just do each
Listen
one at
to his
a time,
question.
okay?
Okay, so
Damn.
you're starting with the last one.
He started
I'll
with
start with whatever one you want.
Okay.
How about if we start with the one at 1 mile per hour?
None of them are at 1 mile an hour.
2 miles per hour?
2 miles an hour.
Let's do 2 miles per hour. Let's start with that one, okay? Now, did you conduct that test in an attempt to show that the injury patterns on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with being struck by the Lexus taillight on that arm?
So generally, I wanted to show that the location, area, and span over which that headlight covers matches the location and area of the lacerations on his arm.
That's what I want to get to. So you discussed data that you say shows that that you say shows the Lexus SUV was traveling above 20 miles per hour during the period that you allege the SUV made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Hold on. Okay. The answer is no. So did you do a test involving 20 miles per hour?
I did some other backing tests.
Yes.
I was looking at how the rear pedestrian system and what warnings you got from the rear pre-collision system, the PCS system.
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that you did a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 2 miles per hour? Did you
Of course.
do that? Okay. You didn't do a blue paint test with the vehicle going at 20 miles per hour, correct?
That is correct. I was not going to hit myself with the Lexus at 20 miles an hour.
You could have done other tests
right.
where the vehicle was going at 20 miles per hour if you used a crash test dummy, correct? You
If
could have
you-
done that.
If you use the right crash test dummy, and then to set up the test, because generally you only get 1 or 2 shots at it, because you damage the car, you have to know everything about the parameters. And so again, pedestrian impacts are so very sensitive to initial angles. If I were to do a test and it was off a tiny, tiny bit, and we got some different results, I would be in here having to defend it. Well, your own testing didn't show it. Point is we don't have enough information to be able to conduct that testing.
Why don't you?
Mhm.
So, your assumption, as I understand it, is that the Lexus was going 24 miles per hour in reverse and made contact with Mr. O'Keefe. That's your analysis, sir.
No, there is not one single slide I have that says this is the speed he was hit at 24 miles an hour.
Do you know, do you have a hypothesis at what speed you believe there was impact? Do you have the point of impact speed?
I do not know the exact speed. We don't know the initial point of contact. We don't know where exactly he was on the road. We don't have enough information to determine that.
What the hell was the?
Let's talk about the other information you don't have.
Okay.
You don't have the information as to from your alleged point of contact to where Mr. O'Keefe landed. You don't have that information, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, where is my alleged point of contact?
You allege that there was a point of contact between the Lexus, the back of the Lexus, and
Correct.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Right, but I don't know where that is on the road.
You don't know that. I want to go through the information that you don't have.
Okay, doke.
So you don't have that. You don't have the point of impact. You don't
Right edge.
have where in the road there was impact under your allegation.
Those are the same thing.
Right. You don't have where under your view, the body of Mr. O'Keefe landed precisely? You don't have that information, do you?
What do you mean by precisely? We know it's 7 feet off the road. We know it's near the flagpole. We don't know where it started. The problem isn't where it landed. The problem is where it started.
Right, and you don't have that information.
I don't have where it started.
The paint tests that you used, aren't those used, if they're used at all, as an element of physical impact reconstruction, an element, not as the focal point of the test itself?
So that was the focal point of that test. The focal point of the purpose of that test was to show the contact width and location of how someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height, which happens to be me, contacts and where it would contact where the broken taillight was. So no, that was the focal point of the testing. That's why I did the testing. That's why we're calling it paint transfer testing.
Right, but my question, sir, I understand you use paint tests as the focal point, but aren't paint tests in accurate accident reconstruction not used as focal points? They're used as supplements to other tests to get more accurate information. Do you agree or disagree with that?
You didn't give me enough information. I can't agree nor disagree.
Oh,
Depends
God.
on what you're trying to do.
This is annoying.
Let's go to, on direct examination, you testified that after the 1162-2 trigger event, Miss Reed's vehicle traveled a distance of 87 feet. Do you recall that?
You are mixing up two things. Remember, the trigger is in the middle of the event.
Give me the chart, please. Your Honor, I'll give you the, as soon as Mr. Woke gives it, the slide 23, I believe it is.
I know.
I'm sorry, what slide?
It's nerd.
Well, I want Mr. Woke to go through it to check. Let me ask it this way, see if we can get to it quicker. Do you remember talking on direct about a calculation of 87 feet where you added, I think it was like a 30-something number and a 50 number, and you came to 87? Do you remember that in your slide presentation, sir?
Slide 37, yes.
Right. So if we could bring up that slide, please, Your Honor, with your permission.
Okay.
That's 36, but okay.
He's such an asshole, man.
Are you on 33, sir?
No, I'm on 36.
Mr. Woke, do you have 33? If you could go to 33, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because that's where your 87 number is, not on the other.
It's on a bunch of slides.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All righty. So if you could zoom in, Mr. Woke, so Dr. Welcher can see the numbers in the column.
Yes, Alex. And I don't know if he could see that. He can't tell.
You're going the wrong way.
Out and wrong.
Yep. To the farther to the right.
Oh, I'm not the only one that has problems. No.
What?
Okay.
You
Sir,
still
do
don't
you
have it.
remember testifying about this to the farther to the right?
Farther to the right.
Yep.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, a
Is
little
that
more.
53 number down there? That column?
Right.
So
Can
you
we
take-
can we scroll up a tad so you can see the headers? There you go.
Okay.
No, okay, go ahead.
So am I in the right column relative to start? Is that the column?
So there's two columns. Like Z is relative to where it started, and then positive is forward. And then as you back up, once you go past 0, it becomes negative.
Right. So what I want to do is have you direct us to the column where you calculated 87 feet.
It's in two spots. It's at the end of column Y.
Right. We go all the way down. Is that in the yellow there? Is that 87, sir?
It is.
Okay. Is that the 87 number you were
Hold
referring
on a
to?
second. You asked me to identify. So then it's see where the one next to it says minus 53.429.
Yes.
if you go up, so it's not a little bit down a little bit, and see where it's changing directions at 34.157.
Yes.
You add those two together, that gives you the same result. So it went 34 feet forward and then 50 something feet backwards.
Right. And what is the 87 feet traveled, is that what you're indicating is the distance traveled during the trigger? Is that what the 87 represents to you?
That is so 87 represents the total rearward distance traveled during the trigger.
Okay. So you believe 87 represents the total rearward distance. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
Now, can you please...
Hold on, to be clear. So it starts, it pulls forward, then it backs up, passes where it initially started, and goes 53 feet further back.
That's what I want to get to. How many feet did you say on direct, and did you just say now that it went 87 feet in reverse?
Correct.
Okay.
From its furthest point forward.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse based upon your PowerPoint presentation? Not when it went forward and then came backwards. How many feet do you believe that vehicle went in reverse?
Your question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
How many feet? What the hell? Alexa, just say F it. You're on the
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80, it went 34 feet forward, then it came back another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the 1162-2 trigger event represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, that was clear. It initially pulls forward and then backs up.
This is crazy.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement? Which one?
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could you zoom in? There you go. No, go back to the left.
It's the fact that
So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No. Again, if you look, see where it says vehicle speed?
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward. but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way. Are you certain that the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet? Are you certain?
I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain,
Okay.
but I'm an engineer.
Okay.
So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet, and is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing, correct.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral,
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
What?
a 1 represents drive,
Correct.
a 2 represents reverse,
Correct.
or a 2 can represent slowing down. Is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down.
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay, so if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Alessi, so is this 30 or 31?
It's I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do?
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do?
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says shift position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H, I simply did a unit conversion. So it's the same number, it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle, but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct?
Correct.
As they're stated. But the blue numbers, they don't come out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolk, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. you're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage, is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here.
Please
The
help.
trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%
So let's,
in reverse.
okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
It doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depress greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me, if I may, try and straighten this out. So
Straight
applying
out.
heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Alrighty. So in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Bev said, where are you going with this? Because I'm sitting here trying to figure out where is he going with this. But as many as 16 people? Oh, yes. I didn't know about 16 people either, Kay, but Kira's right. He's going to ask about the cars. He's going to ask about the cars. That makes sense. He is going to, because what have we all been saying? There's no way Karen could have hit the gas like that and not hit one of those cars on either side of the street. Oh, yes, Lizzie. Let's ask, did he account for the Jeep? Oh, Paul looks like he's got a beer belly up back there. I feel like Paul is aging. Damn. Man, I know this is a lot. I know this is a lot. Oh, Paul, aging. Right before you know what, Victoria, what? Why would you say that? Victoria just said drunk. The lady in the black knows exactly where AJ going. It's just sad that it's taking us all of this. He said all that cheating he doing, catching up to him. Kaylee, and that's what's happening. Hey, Tam, it's probably going to be that Jeep. It is probably going to be that Jeep. Thank you so much for the super chat, Black Butterfly. Look at how red his face is. He's flustered. I don't know what's going on, but Paul definitely looks like he's aging right before our eyes, and not in a good way. He's probably gained 5 to 7 years. And you know, 5 to 7 years when you're already in your 40s, that's a lot. Now I don't feel sorry for Paul for cheating on old Erin and then getting on that stand drunk. I'm not gonna forget that. I just hate he's stuck here with his mom and she seemed to have not like him. Thank you, Gwen. She seems to not like him. I feel sorry for him for that. Well, I don't. Well, I wish I understood more, but I didn't look at a lot of the pre-trial things because I was watching the other trial. But maybe it's something about the third-party culprit. Maybe that's what she's trying to get at. But I think Alessi should be able to ask about the other cars on the street. Oh, Lizzie said Higgins' Jeep is not in evidence in this trial. Y'all, I hate them bangs bad. I hate those bangs. I'm going to fix those.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162-2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87, okay?
Correct.
Even worse.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of a certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want people that were there for that entire window of time or
Yeah.
just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
Oh,
So Mr. Alessi, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So,
Oh, they won't let me.
sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
the entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, yeah, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions
No.
whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway at 34 Fairview? Did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry,
There was a vehicle behind it.
just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street, is
On
your
the street,
question?
exactly.
Yes.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup?
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand, what he's just testified to. Just go ahead and move
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, You say 87 feet for the backup, correct?
Correct.
1162.2, up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood, if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with the vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Ms. Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
Let's not.
I was just going to say, let's not.
Sam said, let's not.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that given 24 miles per hour over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather, I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet. So again, it goes forward like 35-ish and then back like 60 something. And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I don't need my slides.
It was 50.
50,
Okay. Yeah, go
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side.
That's
I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody who's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
Cool.
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet,
Bro, he isn't
24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so given the conditions that we've just described, right?
Conditions have nothing to do with where you start.
I need to finish my
Hold
question,
on.
sir.
One at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
Let him finish his questions.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur, a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location 87 feet backwards in the dark with wet pavement at a minimum and low lighting, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer, but not probable.
Oh, you think it's possible that it could have been shot off into space, sir?
As an engineer, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility that
Absolutely.
this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Yeah. Highly, highly unlikely. But
All right.
again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality. So in terms of the Lexus itself, because you, under your method of analysis, don't have the starting point, you can't rule out that under your scenario, the vehicle would have gone up on the lawn. You can't rule that out, can you, sir?
I cannot. No, it could have.
Okay. Now let's go to
Yeah, this is
the next topic.
really.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 168 published in evidence, which is now under the 167. Now, as I understand your testimony, Dr. Welcher, you believe that it's possible that the Lexus taillight could have caused these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
And more specifically, it's your belief that the lacerations would have been caused by the vehicle scratching Mr. O'Keefe's arm as it drives past him. Is that correct?
I don't know, I'd characterize it that way. What happens is, there's 6,000 pound vehicles coming and he's standing on a, icy, snowy roadway area, and it's going to contact him and move his whole body and induce rotation.
Right. So it's going to contact him and, under your theory, induce rotation. So wouldn't such a movement of the car relative to his right arm result in horizontal injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, as can be seen on his bicep above the elbow?
So could we pull up one of my slides to address this issue?
Sir,
I'd like to answer your question
No,
with a slide
you don't get to
that I have
all these
that
things.
addresses this exact point.
I'd like to stay with this slide, Dr. Welcher, and see if you can answer my questions off of this slide. So I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Do you agree that the injuries up at the upper part, where you're familiar with the bicep brachialis?
I am.
And aren't those two up at the top, right over the bicep brachialis?
They're actually about midway between the biceps and the triceps.
Right. So you know which two I'm talking about, the two up there. Can you just use your laser pointer just so we're talking about the same two? Do you have one?
I'll give it a try, but the upper ones.
I know it's not your fault, but
On the
sometimes it
image,
doesn't
the
show.
upper left. I mean,
Yes.
technically, the ones right to the right of that are also on the biceps and triceps.
Right, but
The
I'm talking.
biceps goes all the way to the elbow, so do the triceps.
Oh, God.
Right, so I'm talking about the two that are the farthest up.
Correct.
All right, would you agree that those are in a horizontal orientation?
Generally, yes, which is what you'd expect with your arm like this and the tail light coming across like this, which is what I showed in my slides.
My questions are trying to keep this moving. I just asked if those are in a horizontal orientation.
Yeah,
Yes
more
or
or
no?
less. They're angled down slightly, but more or less horizontal.
Okay. isn't it true that if Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to be flexed
CJ, I'm sick of.
like it was with the test subject in your blue paint test, the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm would be oriented in a vertical direction?
Absolutely not. If you pull up my slide 117, it'll show exactly that it is like perfectly horizontal. When you're standing like this, and this is the tail light, the laceration, when it comes across here and pushes my body, it's going to make a horizontal laceration because the 6,000 pound vehicle is going to push me out of the way. As this pushes me out of the way, it's going to drag and create a horizontal laceration across my arm. This is exactly what you'd expect.
So let's talk about the forearm, sir. We may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm now.
So we're switching from the arm to the forearm.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Wouldn't those be oriented in a vertical direction?
No. Again, you have the vehicle. If this is me and this is the car, pushing across like this, and with your arm bent like this, it's going to cause laceration as it pushes my arm away. It pushes like that.
Okay, I got it.
My slide shows this quite clearly.
So you disagree. You do not agree that the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's forearm, under your theory, would be oriented in a vertical. You disagree with that. It's just want to get that on the record.
I disagree with that.
Okay. Now, also, do you understand that under your theory of injury here, that there would be injuries caused in two different directions by the same movement of the car? Agree or disagree?
I'm going to say I disagree. You need to give me a little more. You're going to have, again, this is a glancing or a clipping type impact. And so it's going to be it's going to sweep across the arm, which is what causes the horizontal lacerations.
We're talking about a flat surface, right, sir?
Approximately, yes.
And therefore, you would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves. Am I correct about that?
Maintain contact with the arm? I'm unclear what you mean.
What I'm trying to do, sir, is to get under your theory, right? Given the contact that you've described, what would you expect to be the orientation of the wounds to the upper part of the arm and to the lower part of the arm?
Just like it's shown in this photograph.
Okay. Isn't it the case with your theory that the tail light would have to break? And after the break, the arm would have to maintain contact with the arm as the car moves?
So that is what happens in pedestrian contacts. There is a contact duration. For example, you asked me earlier in that calculation you had me ran, you said 0.01 seconds. That was the contact duration. So when you have things like this, and that's why you have to allow, if you do testing, the body to move, because the car is going to hit the body. It's going to cause it to move. The body's going to rotate away, and the car is going to continue on in that clipping type impact. So the arm is definitely in contact with the rear of the car for some time.
That's what I wanted to get to, is simply that under your theory,
This is insane.
the tail light would break, and also the arm would need to maintain contact with the tail light area as the car moves. Is that your supposition?
So at a point in time, it'll stop contact. But the 6,000-pound vehicle is going to want to continue moving on. It's going to push. It's going to initially contact the arm and then push the arm away as it rotates the body. So yes, it's going to maintain contact until the clipping is over and the vehicle continues on.
So my next question is simply, how long do you believe the arm needs to maintain contact with the taillight after, under your theory, it breaks to produce those types of wounds that you say came from a taillight?
We don't have enough information to determine that.
Right. You don't have enough information to make that determination, do you, sir?
Correct. But we know because of the laws of physics that it has to be some amount of time. It doesn't occur instantaneously.
So now we do apply the laws of physics to the right arm that weren't applied before because you applied a paint experiment. Is that correct? You're now applying the laws of physics to the injury to the right arm. But you didn't do that in your report.
Nope, always applied the laws of physics. The paint experiment, as you're referring to it, was to look at basically the orientation of the scratches that matched this. So that was an engineering experiment to correlate height, position of the taillight relative to height, orientation of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I know.
You just said, sir, if I heard you correctly, you, to answer my previous question, applied the laws of physics. That's what you just said, correct?
So the laws of physics cover more than Newton's second law. There's a whole law of physics. The whole field of physics is a broad subject. So a simple measurement of height is a physical measurement.
Sir, I have your entire report in my hand, right here. Where in the report do you apply the law of physics to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Where?
No.
So in the paint experiment we did, the laws of physics about gravity, orientation, things like that, I didn't apply Newton's second law as we already went through. But again, those simple positions, arm angles, the possible physical arm angles, those are all generally governed by the laws of physics. The laws of physics are very broad.
Sir, I'll ask it this way. Where in your 14-page report
Come on now.
do you even mention the laws of physics related to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
So in terms of applying the laws of physics.
I'm not asking applying, just where in the report is it mentioned law of physics relative to the right arm? Can you point me to where?
Would write a report that said these are the laws of physics. I would say these are the numbers. But for example, the timing in GPS, how a clock times, the concept of a second. What does that mean? Those are all concepts of physics. So the timing, the GPS, the mileage, how we calculate the mileage, those are all based on the laws of physics.
I'm talking about injuries to the right arm.
That's not what you asked. You asked me about my whole report.
Sir, if you could, please, I just need to finish my question.
He's so
Where in your report do you use any laws of physics in connection with injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you point me to a word or a page in your report?
Yes.
Where?
2A, 2A Roman numeral 1, 2A Roman numeral 2, 2A Roman numeral 3,
What he's talking about.
2A Roman numeral number 4, 2A Roman numeral number 5.
Sir, I followed all of it, but what I'm asking about is where in all of what you just mentioned is the word right arm? I'll take what you just said. Where in 2A and all of those is the word right arm? Where is it?
Oh, sorry, it's in number 3.
So let's go to 3. You state the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and right arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right tail light of the Reed 2012 21 Lexus LX 570.
Hold
Where,
on. Can you read the next sentence?
I'm sorry, is it see PowerPoint slides 102, 120, correct?
Correct.
Can you
All right.
read the next sentence?
I want to just start with the report.
I'm ready for this to be.
Did you apply any force analysis to support 3?
So in terms of the force analysis, I did not do an F equal MA analysis, but in terms of, say, the contact pattern, I obviously had to apply some force, even at 2 miles an hour, to do that.
So the answer is,
No.
what you cited, number 3, you did not use a force analysis, correct?
So force was applied to my arm in the paint test. I didn't do an F equals MA force analysis.
Now
Thank
you
you.
talking about
You're
that
So
little.
now let's go to the horizontal movement we were talking about with regard to the car. And you can agree or disagree.
Sorry. Picture's done.
I'm sorry, we'll take that down. Do you agree or disagree that given a horizontal movement of the car, vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
So horizontal motion generally will cause a horizontal laceration. You can get what are called stellate, which are a blunt force, and it causes a splitting of the skin as well. But generally, when the vehicle is clipping or running horizontal across it, it will generally cause horizontal lacerations. But when you have a fractured taillight, you can get pieces going off in other directions. So it's not necessarily going to be perfectly horizontal.
So my question is, not with clipping, you keep inserting clipping into my question. My question is this. If you're given a horizontal movement of the car, do you agree that it's more likely than not that vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern?
I'm trying to help you, but
You're trying to help
you gotta
him.
give me more. So like, is it a clipping contact or is it not a clipping contact? Is it a direct in the center of the car impact?
Okay, are there only 2 variables you need to
No,
answer the question?
But this is a good start.
All right, so let me do it this way. You can't answer the
Let him
question on a general basis of whether there's horizontal movement of a car, whether vertical lacerations would be an inconsistent injury pattern. You can't answer that question without more information. Is that your answer?
So generally, again, horizontal motion should cause horizontal lacerations. But again, it depends on what's being hit.
Okay.
So for example, if I have something that bends as a result of the impact, it could bend up and create a vertical laceration.
So you would agree, based upon what you said, that generally horizontal movement of a car would be expected to cause horizontal lacerations.
Generally.
Okay. Now, during your blue paint test, the blue paint was featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm. Is that correct?
I think it depends on the tests.
Do you want, we bring up a slide? Will that
I'd
help
love
you?
to bring up a slide.
We're going to be running the thing, so we'll just bring one up and you tell me whether this slide works for you, sir.
Do you want me to tell you the slide I want?
If we could take a shot at it first, and then we may ask you for it, but I think we've got a slide for you. And what number? 111 is on the screen, sir.
Crazy. Anna said everybody's gonna be an alcoholic and cancer. That's what it's feeling like, Anna.
Is the blue paint more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm? Is there more blue paint on your upper arm than your forearm?
Probably. This is the one where I actually walked sideways into the back of the car. The one where the car is moving is probably a little better representation.
Sir, I'm just asking you a question about this slide. If
Okay,
you could just focus on this slide here, and if you can't answer it, so be it.
I just answered it.
Is the blue paint featured more predominantly on your upper arm than your forearm.
It sort of looked like it. I didn't actually measure the total area of it.
Alrighty. So on direct, you stated that in order for the injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's forearm to have been caused by an impact with the taillight, his arm would have needed to be held outstretched as you did in your demonstration, correct?
You would need some degree of outstretch, yes.
Yes. So isn't that an example of confirmation bias?
No, that's matching the contact pattern to the injuries.
But don't you have to select among other choices this outstretching of the arm? You had to make that selection from among others, correct?
So that was matching the physical evidence on his arm to the physical evidence on the car, and then running a test to see if dynamically those matched up. So it's, I didn't have it hit the exhaust pipe, for example, because there was no assertion it hit the exhaust pipe. There was no damage to the exhaust pipe. So it was based upon the evidence, and the testing was done to test, to use your vernacular, the hypothesis that that's where it came from.
Sir, have I ever asked you anything about a tailpipe in any of my questions today?
Yes.
I have not. I've never
Yes,
asked.
you have. You asked me about the totality of the rear of the Lexus, which includes the tailpipe.
All right. I am not going to be asking any questions that involve the taillight in any fashion. So what I'd like to do is to go back to the question that I'm asking, which is, did you consider, as part of the scientific method, in terms of more than one hypothesis, did you consider in your analysis any other orientation of Mr. O'Keefe other than the one you selected for your paint test?
Yes.
And where is that consideration of other hypotheses stated in any report?
It's not. I was just looking at the damage that was up on the sheet metal.
Okay. So are you saying that you considered other orientations of Mr. O'Keefe relative to the vehicle as part of your analysis?
In terms of where exactly the hand would be, some slight different angles in the forearm, which is from the elbow to the hand. I did consider that, but all the physical testing is done with the hand hitting the approximate center of the taillight.
Do you have any notes that you took for these alternative orientations?
No, I think I just included photographs of that damage.
Do you have any proof at all that you considered those other orientations?
So he's just up here lying.
Anything you write?
No, I don't believe so.
He's just up here lying.
Did you consider any other locations of Mr. O'Keefe under your theory relative to the back of the SUV?
Sure. In the beginning of this, I started about, hey, it's all over. It could be anywhere on the back of it. Then whittled it down based upon the evidence, started eliminating various hypotheses based upon the evidence, and came to this conclusion, eliminating hypotheses based upon the taillight fragments near his body, the lacerations, his height, the height of the taillight in the Lexus. So it was an iterative process.
Did you mention any of these supposed hypotheses in your direct testimony?
No, because I was able to reject them. I didn't come in here to tell these people what didn't happen. I came in here to tell them what I believe happened.
Would you agree, sir, that the scientific method earlier has the scientists identify various hypotheses, go with the data that supports it, but you show your math as to why you're rejecting hypotheses. As you said, you rejected them. I'm asking for proof that you considered other hypotheses. Do you have anything in writing, any notes at all, any videos? Any
looking like that?
You did documentation of other hypotheses other than picking this one? Do you have any documentation of that?
So I did a bunch of tests with the Lexus. I did backing tests. I looked at how the rear system worked. to see if it would autonomously brake. I confirmed it did not, so I eliminated that as a hypothesis. I tested the steering.
Where's the proof?
I tested the transmission, what 1, 2 represented. So I did a whole bunch of tests on the vehicle.
I understand you say you did a bunch of tests on the vehicle. My question is, did you ever take the vehicle and position yourself or anybody else in various locations to determine whether or not your hypotheses could be properly rejected? Do you have any documentation that you did that?
I mean, I did do one static and 2 dynamic tests in very similar positions, though. So I did a total of 3 tests relative to the arm.
Where is the documentation for that, sir?
It's in the file. I gave it to you. Some of the slides are some of it.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I think if we're going to,
I am, and I'm going to move on, Your Honor.
So,
okay, but Mr. Alessi, hold on, we're going to do that voir dire.
Can I ask,
Another one?
Other area, Your Honor, I can do it in short order if I could,
Okay.
please.
Another voir dire?
Go ahead, finish your answer. I'm
so
sorry.
slides 109, 110, 111,
Another
actually
voir dire?
through,
What the hell?
I guess, 121 deal with the testing of the hypothesis.
We'll come back to this at another time, Dr. Welcher. So what I want to do is to finish up on this point. So is it your testimony that no part of what you did in selecting this area, no part of it is confirmation bias? You say there's no confirmation bias at all in what you did. Is that your testimony?
That's certainly my goal. I try and eliminate all confirmational bias. I didn't start out at this particular location. This is where the physical evidence led me to.
Oh.
So I would say the conclusions are supported by the science.
My question
What
is,
science?
did you engage in any confirmation, and this will be my last question, did
The
you
answer is no.
engage in any confirmation bias in terms of how you approach the issue that you have testified about in written reports?
The answer is still no.
It's a good
All right,
curriculum.
so, okay, thank you. All right, so jurors, we're going to send you home because we still have work to do here and we don't need you waiting there while we do it exactly. So tomorrow is a half day. We'll
Half
see
day?
when exactly that half
Half
day
day?
ends, but we won't be here until, we won't go until 4 tomorrow. Those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. 4th admonition, please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Half day?
Stay here? Yes.
Y'all, why are we having another voir dire? What is going on? And why the hell she keep having all these voir dires if she gonna keep letting the man get up there and talk shit? I don't get it. What's the point? I'm gonna tell you this. My nerves so bad today, y'all. I'm going to get some oxtails today. That's what I'm having for dinner. I'm going to the Jamaican restaurant today.
You may be seated.
All right. Okay, Mr. Alessi, it's your voir dire.
If I have a moment, Your Honor, to switch.
Why are we doing this again? And what's the point? Caitlin, I need to go to the bar, friend. I'm going
Yeah,
to the
can you do that while you're sitting here answering
give
questions?
me a little
Yes.
rum punch. Shameen, that's what I want. I want some oxtail, some mac and cheese, a little cabbage, and some rum punch. Okay? I'm waiting for my niece to get here, then we're gonna go get us some. Now, what is going on? It's so funny seeing Karen just walk around the courtroom like this. You know, we used to those people that can't really move. Ooh, that sounds good, Karen. But why are we having another one? Jalisa, I'm getting some today, baby. Little mac and cheese.
I'm going to start with Your Honor with regard to truth or false.
Okay. And we're on a very limited schedule here.
She killed me doing it. You ain't got shit
Your
to
Honor.
do. Eat everything under the sun. So that it's healthy.
Mr. Wilk, with Your Honor's permission, if we could pull up the January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint of Dr. Welcher in slide 36.
Hey, like Bev doesn't have anything to do.
You see that, Dr. Welcher? Do you recall that from your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint?
I thought I had replaced the video on the left-hand side by the time I produced
Sir,
it.
I got to
don't
go through
recall
this
that.
quickly. That image is a drone image on the left, correct?
Oh, correct.
And you had that in your original report, but you removed it in subsequent reports, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get that drone image from?
It was in the file.
Wasn't it in the CARS report of Trooper Paul?
I believe it was.
So you took that drone image from the CARS report of Trooper Paul, correct?
Correct.
And then said he don't remember.
Let's, if we could, Mr. Wolf, go to diagram 1. Do we have that electronically of Trooper Paul's report?
Because he said something about Trooper Paul, y'all. What was it like?
Do you recognize that as diagram 1 from Trooper Paul's report?
Yes.
So, and that's the diagram that you took that image and you put it in your January 30th, 2025 PowerPoint, correct?
I'm pulling up my version of the PowerPoint.
What? I wonder what's the, oh,
Yes,
this must be the
Okay, if we could take that down, I'm going to go to the next example. We could go to Dr. Welcher.
I'm sorry, actually, can we go back to that?
You don't
Yes.
get to do that.
With,
What's he keep doing?
Your Honor, why do we,
Well,
I have limited, go ahead.
so that particular diagram I did not use. If you notice, the diagram I used has different cars and doesn't have all those,
Just tell him
all the
shut
writing
up,
about the
Melissa. It's
position things
okay.
on.
I am going to now, Your Honor, have to take the time to go to Trooper Paul's report. We have the hard copy of Trooper Paul's.
Could you turn the lights on, please?
What's the point?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going
Show
to.
Mr. Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, this is. May I approach the witness? Excuse me, Dr. Welcher. You see this first page, do you recognize this as the cover page for the Trooper Paul report that I was referring to?
Hold on a second, show me the signature.
You want to look at the report, sir? I'm not so sure there is a signature on the report.
So now is he about to say it's not his report from January 30th?
Signature block right here. Yes, Trooper Paul, page 16.
I have that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, what I want to do is to go to diagram 1. And if I could, Your Honor, republish what was just up. I'm showing you diagram 1, sir, and I'm asking you, is that the image from Trooper Paul's report that you then used to put into your January 30th slide presentation?
No. See all the writing on here, the glass cup, all the dimensions here? Here's my January 30th one. None of that stuff's here. There's different,
You could take
none of this
it out.
stuff is here.
You could take it
Isn't
out.
it the case that this is cropped more and there's a larger picture of the same image or not?
See this tree?
Yes,
See these trees?
yes,
See all these measurements by the trees, all
Yes.
these? That's right here.
okay.
Those do not show up on my image.
Let me go to a different method then to do this. You have an image. Can we go, Mr. Wolf, to the January 30th presentation?
Slide 36.
Correct.
What are we going? What's going on?
Where did you get that image from that's in your PowerPoint presentation on the left?
I think it was from the file, a satellite image from the file.
What part of the file, sir?
I actually don't know at this time.
How close is the image on diagram 1, the drone image, to the image that you can't now recall where you got it from?
Ooh.
Are they similar?
So that one has a whole bunch of measurements and ID on it, but the underlying image is very similar. It's probably the same one.
Right. Yes.
Now, what's the point?
Do you know of any other place you could have, let's put the presentation back up on the slide presentation. Do you know of any other location other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have got that drone image from?
No, I'm not sure I got it from the report. I recall getting it from the file.
My question is, do you know of any other source other than Trooper Paul's report that you could have gotten that drone image from?
So this image is not in that report.
It's not
Yes, it is. You asked me anything but the report. That image is not in that report.
Did you get the drone image from any file from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. Did Trooper Paul work on any drone images to your knowledge with respect to 34 Fairview?
I don't know.
But you would agree that the drone images are from the Massachusetts State Police file, correct?
But don't say with Trooper Paul. So, y'all, he done lied about. Did he lie about going to 34 Fairview? Is that what this is about? Him saying he went there, he used lasers. Is that what this is about?
Sir, let me know you've had a fair opportunity to answer that question.
Yeah, give me a second.
Is that what they're saying? Thank you, Princess, for the super
Yes,
chat.
came in a file called cars-trp.jopal.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
So it came from, and that's the report of Trooper Paul, correct?
No, these are drone images that are not in the report.
No, I'm saying what you just read. Can you repeat it again, what you just read, where it came from?
I read you a folder
Yes,
that contains a bunch of
Just
things,
say the shit.
including the
Damn.
report.
understood.
That image is not in his report.
Can you read the file name again that you just read?
The folder name
Yes.
is cars-trp.jopal.
Okay. And did you get the drone image from that file folder?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now let's go on to the May 26, 2025 PowerPoint that you created. And I'd like to go to slides 25, 26, and 27. Have you discussed with anybody today at all the source of what is depicted up on this slide?
No.
Okay, so let's now go to,
Don't break that TV, Caitlin.
where did you get you see the larger chart to the left there in the, looks like
These-
mostly a rectangle. Do you see that, sir?
What slide are you on? What slide is that?
25, I
Right,
believe.
Okay.
Okay, and then if we could click to 26, because it looks like it's the same. If we can go to 26 and 27, looks like it's the same one. You tell me.
Similar,
Similar, okay.
yeah,
In 27,
correct.
see the same or similar one there. Okay.
These are all from Google Maps.
Well, my question is, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Baby, she's so annoyed.
Let me ask you this so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Do you have access, sir, to the cars report of Trooper Paul on your computer?
Think so? You remember the name of it?
I don't. We'll do it there with a hard copy. Mr. Brenner, I'd like to show this one. Thank you. So if I could approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
So you see what I'm pointing to right here, which is page 10 of Trooper Paul's cars report. Do you see that?
Is this the same report dated 1/29/2022?
I believe so, sir. Let me just take a peek. This is, you can just compare this to the one I have in my hand. Take it and look for any identification it gives you, right? We got the same one.
Yeah, mine's frozen.
Okay,
So let's do paper.
okay. So we have that report,
Mhm.
and I now am referencing page 10 of that report, and I'm looking at the chart on page 10. Is that chart on page 10 the same or substantially the same as the chart that is up on your slide presentation right now?
So it's not the same. I did not use this data at all, but we both use Google Maps.
Okay. Alrighty. Now let's go to,
Watch Bev stop him.
your continuing on the same slide. If Mr. Woke, we could go to slides 22 and 23.
Okay, and this will be the last on this, Mr. Lessie. If you want to get to the autopsy photo, we're wrapping this all up at 4:10.
Okay, Your Honor.
Damn, Bev, where do you have to go?
You see these photos?
I'm sorry,
You see the photos that are up on that?
I do.
Okay. Do you, in terms of those photos, do you recognize any aspect of those photos?
Yes.
What do you recognize in terms of the person
Yeah,
in
yes,
it?
and he is.
Oh. You want me to limit it to just these 3 photos?
Any photo that would be, this photo or any photo similar to it. But let's start with just these 3.
If I have to limit it to these 3, I don't know who that is.
Okay, and if you don't limit it to those 3, who would you conclude it is in those photos?
It appears to be Trooper Paul from other photos.
Okay, so you can tell from other photos that this is Trooper Paul in these photos, correct?
I have photos of Trooper Paul in the car. I don't know that someone else switched out. I have no reason to believe this isn't anybody but Trooper Paul.
Okay. Would you have any understanding that there's any other trooper that would be doing this type of analysis other than Trooper Paul?
Someone else took the photographs?
No, I'm talking inside the vehicle.
I'm sorry?
Inside the vehicle doing what's depicted here.
Someone is inside the vehicle taking the photograph.
What's your best conclusion as to who that is?
Trooper Paul.
Thank you. Your Honor, that is,
Okay, so next topic.
yes,
Go right
thank you.
ahead.
And I just need
Damn,
to
I want to know
reload,
where the
if you
hell
will,
she got to go.
with regard to that topic.
She must got to pick the kids up, and they don't like her kids to be late or something. Maybe she got to get in the carpool line or something. I don't see any other reason why she has to be trying to get these people done. This is serious. This woman's life is on the line. Mary said the toilet. Khalees, she doesn't have anywhere to go unless, I'm telling you, unless she in the carpool
And I
lane.
think I can do this fairly quickly.
Okay,
If you can go, Mr. Woke, to slide 131 of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation. And it's now 132. I don't believe that's the right one. It's the,
One before that.
yep, I think you're, yeah, okay. So this is slide 131 from your slide presentation, correct, sir?
Correct.
And if you look to the far right I'm sorry, Mr. Woke, you go to the other one. Yes, that one, and scroll down so we can see what's in green. For that depiction, that is from Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, page 3, correct? Is that where you got that from?
It's from the report. Take your word for it on page 3.
So, but it is from Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could go to, if we could zoom back out and go to the multicolored image in the center, up at the top. Just go straight right there. Yep. Yep. I got it. Yep. Thank you. If you can go to the very top line, it says autopsy report performed by Irene Scorti-Bello, MD, PhD. If you could scroll back over, date of autopsy, January 31, 2022, and then you see final diagnoses. That is all directly from the autopsy report, is it not, sir?
Yes.
And that is in your slide presentation, correct, sir? This is page 131 of your slide presentation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay,
Well,
you are
what's
all
true?
set, Doctor.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Oh, did you have any questions, Mr. Brennan?
If it'd be helpful to the court, I have a couple quickly.
Okay.
Can I keep it under 2 minutes?
Hey, tell me if it'll be helpful to the court. Sit down.
Dr. Welcher, you were shown a photograph of the street of Fairview Road. Did you know that didn't come from Trooper Paul? It came from the CERT report, and Trooper Paul then took it from the CERT report and put it in separately in his presentation.
Does it matter?
Did you know
Hey.
that?
I had no idea. I just was given it as a folder.
And the photo you were using, it didn't have the markings that Trooper Paul put on his report, did it?
It did not.
When Trooper Paul, when you used that photo, was it because you were borrowing, relying on, or using any of Trooper Paul's reports for your conclusions or any of your decisions or analysis in this case?
I did not use his report at all.
It was simply limited to the use of the photo to show a different demonstrative issue.
Oh, they want to get
Correct.
into Trooper
And then
Paul,
when you
like-
saw diagram 1, again, that was different than what was used in Trooper Paul's report because it had absent in it all the writing. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Did you rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or conclusions in this case for your conclusions and your analysis?
Not at all.
Is that why you went and downloaded the information and looked at the car and did everything individually, separately, and uniquely from Trooper Paul?
I wanted it to be independent in my analysis.
Regarding Dr. Scorti-Bello, did you ever consider her conclusions regarding manner or cause of death as a basis for your analysis and conclusions?
Yes.
And when you considered her analysis, did you consider the conclusion of undetermined cause of death? Was that part of your analysis?
Oh, no. I was using like the skull fractures, the description of the injuries.
So you were considering the information in her autopsy report?
Correct.
How about her conclusions? Did you rely on her conclusions to do your studies or any analysis in this case as far as cause of death or manner of death?
Only I thought I said blunt force trauma and hypothermia.
Okay. Regarding her conclusions about whether this was caused by a car accident or not, did you consider that as a basis of your opinion?
No,
Clearly
I
not.
wouldn't take a person like that's opinion for that.
Did you ever have a
person like this?
conversation with Dr. Scorti-Bello about her expertise limitations?
No, I would want a biomechanical
Person
analysis.
like
Was
this.
your opinion
MP.
regarding the collision in this case, did it have anything to do whatsoever with Dr. Scorti-Bello's conclusions regarding cause of death, whether it was accident, undetermined, or homicide?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, one question. Can we just wrap it up? I'd like to hear you argue, but we don't have time, so I'm just gonna
I have
decision.
two questions, Your Honor. You put in your slide presentation information from the autopsy report of Dr. Scorti-Bello for a reason, correct, sir? And that reason is because you considered the autopsy report as part of your analysis, correct?
So I considered portions, which are the portions I included here,
Why would you not consider
the
all of
autopsy
it?
report.
And part of those considerations were the final diagnoses. We can put that back up, Mr. Woke.
Sir,
But you recall the slide that you had has the final diagnoses of Dr. Scorti-Bello, and you put that in your slide presentation because you considered that as part of your analysis, else it wouldn't be in there, correct?
So the final
Yes or
diagnosis is
no?
in there. There's a line, then it says cause of death, and then manner of death.
Right.
The things I highlighted are the things I thought were important. So the highlighting on slide 130. So the final diagnosis, again, does not include cause of death. It does not include manner of death. There's that horizontal line demarcating those. The important things that I was looking at are the under or highlighted, which is why I highlighted them.
Exactly. So the ones that you highlighted, you considered are from the autopsy report. That's why you're highlighting them, right, sir? You
Correct.
considered that.
Correct.
Thank you. No
You're welcome.
questions, Your Honor. I
All right.
appreciate that opportunity.
So I'm not going to let you argue now. I'll hear you very briefly tomorrow before we stop. But Mr. Lessie, how much longer are you going to be tomorrow?
All day.
Yes.
Damn, did she say, oh my God? Everybody wants you on wheelchair. That's kind of crazy. The court reporter wants
I'm
you.
about halfway through, Your Honor. I think it will take up, look for it tomorrow. If we can get through things quicker, I would like to do that, but given today, that's my best estimate.
It's
So
not
when-
his fault.
We're half a day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know, Niar. We're trying to see, but we think it has to.
So it may be that we have a 20-minute break tomorrow and we finish up by 1:30 by going straight through. We've got a juror who has an appointment that we told her she'd be able to make. So
Really, I thought
I'd like to do everything we can so that Dr. Welcher doesn't have to come back or stay here another day.
it's his
So
fault.
let's just see what we can do, and we will do the same thing for your experts as well.
No, I understand, Your Honor, and I respect everything that Your Honor is saying. I must say, Your Honor, to state the obvious, this is a key aspect of the case, and we've got to be able to proceed through to the question. He covered a lot on his direct and deed property.
And I'm not asking you to curb it. I'm just
Sounded
hoping that we
like
can
it.
do it. So I will
Sounded
ask
it.
you tomorrow at a certain time to see whether we're able to do it with the 20-minute break and finish.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Okay.
That would be my answer.
It's Dr. Welcher's
All
fault.
right, thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
Thank you.
Hell, it ain't his fault. It's all Dr. Welcher's fault. If Dr. Welcher would answer questions, we would be in this place. We wouldn't be in this position right now. Look, Caitlin, why wouldn't she just tell him, can you make sure? Listen, Dr. Welcher, I know there's a lot you want to say, and Mr. Brennan will let you elaborate. When you are on on cross-examination, can you please answer yes or no as best you can? Please just do that. If she would get him to answer questions, we would not be here. We would. Okay, y'all. I'm about to go get some food because I'm a little annoyed right now. So thank y'all. Y'all know I'm getting off. The lawyer starts at 4:30. I'm gonna I don't know if he's gonna be on there today. He's typically on there every day after court. So I'm gonna go hop on to go see the lawyer. I've got to make sense of what's going on. I do think Princess was right. What they're trying to do is they want to use some stuff from Trooper Paul and kind of talk about the Commonwealth's first theory, how they've changed their theory and things of that nature. So that's what all of this is for. The state is going to rebuttal in the morning. It's a half day tomorrow. Y'all go rest your brains. Go with Aaron. I feel like I need to go rest your brains, guys. Today was a lot, and I just want to go eat some food. Barty, stop. Today was a lot. We all need a drink. We all need a drink after today. But thank y'all for the super chats. Shout out to all of my mods. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank y'all for keeping the vibe right. All the super chats today, all the memberships gifted. I appreciate it. And if you were gifted a membership, please be sure to say thank you in the chat. Please, please. But y'all, go rest your brains. I am going to go look at the lure, I am going to go look at that and then do some videos on today.
probably just super annoyed today. But enjoy your day, guys. Thank y'all for being here with me, and I'm gonna see y'all later. Bye, everybody.